Hello data science and artificial intelligence students, welcome to ACE Online. In this video, we are going to present you the video solutions to the questions that are asked in pre-gate exam conducted by ACE Engineering Academy. The video solutions are categorized into subject wise so that it will help the students to understand the subject in a better way. In the actual pre-gate exam, the questions are asked in a jumbled manner, right? Only in the video solutions it are categorized as subject wise, but in the pre-gate exam the questions appear in a jumbled manner, just like the questions appear in your main gate examination. Now, due to the many requests from the students, the ACE management has decided to conduct one more mock exam for free, which is on 26th January 2025. Here are the timings: 9:30 am to 12:30 pm. So the data science exam, and then from 2:30 pm to 5:30 pm computer science. You can write both the papers. The last date to apply is 24th January 2025. Once again, so it is for free. It's a free mock exam, and once you scan this QR code, complete this registration process, you can access this exam. So this exam is conducted on 26th January, and after the exam the results are declared on 27th January 2025. Now this results will help you to know where you actually stand in the all India level, and the questions are designed in such a way that they meet the GATE standard. So it will definitely boost your preparation. Students not only preparing for GATE 2025, also the students who are preparing for GATE 2026 can give this mock exam, which is for free.
Hello everyone. So let us consider this question. In this question they provided there is a set S which contain n integers. There is a set S which contain n integers, and also they provided another integer x. Then what is your responsibility? Your responsibility is you need to determine whether or not there exist two elements in S whose sum exactly x. It is simple, friends. You need to verify, are there any two elements S1 plus S2 in S is satisfying the condition equal to x. Means we need to check it whether there exist two elements S1 comma S2 in S such that S1 plus S2 is equal to x. The simple logic, friends. What we will do, first step number 1, just sort the array. Sort the array of given n elements. Okay, sort the array of given n elements. You know S contains exactly n elements, right? S is a set of n elements they provided. Since it is a set of n elements, first apply sorting algorithm, then sort that S and arrange elements in the ascending order. Okay, assume that we are getting one sorted array. But sorting minimum time required is either you can use heap sort algorithm or you can use merge sort algorithm. So it is taking theta of n log n time. Because here they provided optimal algorithm, right? That is the reason I don't take quick sort algorithm which takes theta of n square time, right? That's why I'm taking optimal algorithm theta of n log n, either heap sort or merge sort, whatever it may be. Okay. After sorting, what we'll do, suppose if I consider it is an array, then we are having indexes starting from 1, 2, 3 up to so on, n elements are there, right, friends? Okay. Now first element if I consider S1, and your responsibility is for given S1 you need to search S1 dash. From where? From second index onwards. Okay, from second index onwards. Clear, friends? Okay, for given S1 it means that for given S1 we have to search S1 dash. From where to where? If you take first element, from second element onwards you have to search. Okay. So for given S1 we have to search S1 dash such that they already provided x value, right? They already provided x value, and we know that s1 value. We know that s1 value. Therefore, we need to find s1 dash such that s1 dash is equals to x minus s1. For simple understanding point of view, what I will do, suppose I am assuming that, let us consider s1 is equals to, for given s1, right, suppose this element s1 is equals to, we can consider something like 10, right friends, okay. Now assume that this value of x is equals to something like 100. Then what you have to search? You have to search s1 dash. What is s1 value? S1 dash value, x value is already 100 and s1 you are taking 10. So 100 minus 10, that equals to 90. So what I am trying to say, if the first element is 10, then you have to search for 90. You have to search for 90 from second index onwards. If you find 90, then we can say s1 plus s1 dash is equals to x. Then we can say that yes, there are two elements available whose sum is equals to given x. Right friends, okay. So this is the logic we need to apply. So then how we are going to search? See, for given s1, you have to search s1 dash, right? You have to search s1 dash. From where to where you have to search? From the second index to up to nth index. Obviously, it is already sorted array. If it is sorted array, I can apply binary search algorithm. Therefore, with respect to s1, I can apply binary search algorithm. Binary search algorithm in the worst case takes log n time. Okay. So therefore, in the worst case, binary search is taking log n time with respect to s1. Suppose assume that in the worst case, no element is found in the given array to satisfy this condition. Then what I have to do? If no element is found in that array which is satisfying this condition, then you can take second element now. You can take second element. Let it be something like s2. Right friends, okay. Now by using s2, you are supposed to find s2 dash. Where s2 dash is satisfying this condition, you need to find s2 dash. S2 dash must be equal to x minus s2. Right friends, okay. Again you can apply binary search algorithm. Therefore, binary search algorithm again will take log n. Like that for every element you need to find. In the worst case, you may find at last place also, or you may not find the element also. Therefore, two elements s1 comma s2 may or may not exist in the given array. Therefore, simple analysis, sort the given array which take theta of n log n time and apply binary search n time here. Okay, with respect to first element one time, with respect to second element one time. One time if you apply binary search takes log n times if you apply binary search takes n log n. Therefore, total time complexity is the total time complexity theta of n log n for sorting purpose. Applying binary search will take log n, but you are applying binary search n time, that's why n into log n. Right friends, okay. So theta of n log n plus n log n, that equal 2 times of n log n. 2 times of n log n means we can ignore the constant 2 because within a theta notation there is no importance of the constant. So we can say theta of n log n. That's it. So this is the answer for the given question friends, okay. Hello everyone. This question based on simple loop concepts in algorithm topic. Just look at this question. They provided polynomial p of x. They are evaluating this polynomial with the help of Horner's rule. The advantage of this rule is we can evaluate polynomial with a minimum number of multiplications. Maybe in the gate paper they may also ask the question, what are the minimum number of multiplications are required to evaluate the polynomial? For example, they may ask the question in this way. Suppose they may provide p of x is equals to a0 plus a1 into x plus a2 into x square plus a3 into x cube. Like that they will provide polynomial. And they may ask the question, what are the minimum number of multiplications are required for evaluating this polynomial? In that case, you can apply this logic. This is Horner's rule. Okay. Anyway, that question already discussed in the classroom. So therefore, you can refer class notes friends, okay. Or else simply let me focus here also that question. It is a0 plus, I can take x as outside, a1 plus, here also I can take x as outside, a2 plus a3 into x. Here we can take x outside and here also we are taking a x outside. Just imagine like this, okay? A1 into x plus A2 into x into x, A2 x square, A3 into x into x into x, x square, okay? Now you can count how many number of multiplications are required. So here one parenthesis means one multiplication, it is second multiplication, it is third multiplication, means here it is third multiplication, okay? So total 3 multiplications are required for evaluating this polynomial, okay? First multiplication is here, first bracket, second multiplication, and it is third multiplication. In the exam, they will ask questions like minimum number of multiplications are required for evaluating this polynomial, because in the previous year gate questions 2 times they asked this model. Fine, come back to this question. In this problem, they are asking about the time complexity for evaluating this problem. So clearly it is a simple loop question. It is a simple loop question. I value is starting from n, reaching down to 0, reaching down to 0. Whenever they are writing pseudocode like this, for I equal to n down to 0, so by default it is moving step by step. So since it is taking n step to reach the target, therefore the time complexity is theta of n. So theta of n is the correct answer. Now let us consider next question. In this question they provided array where array elements are in the decreasing order. Just observe the order, friends, okay? n, n minus 1, n minus 2, n minus 3, 3, 2, 1 like this. Whenever array elements in the decreasing order, and they are asking this array has most inversions, means in the worst case how many inversions are there. So what is the meaning of inversion, friends? Inversion means, for example, if I consider an array like 1, 2, 3, assume that elements are in the decreasing order, elements are in the decreasing order. Suppose let us consider 50 and then 40 and then 30. When do you say two elements are under inversion? If you take two indexes values for I value less than j, if a of I value greater than a of j. Clear, friends, okay? Whenever I value less than j, if a of I value greater than a of j, then we can say a of I and a of j are under inversion, okay? So therefore in this example, if I consider I value as 1, we can say 1 less than 2, 1 less than 3. Similarly, if you take 2, 2 less than 3, these are indexes, we can say I value less than j case, right? Now verify the corresponding elements. A of I greater than a of j is correct or not? A of I greater than a of j is correct or not? Means are they satisfying this condition or not? What is a of I means? A of 1 greater than a of 2 or not? So what is a of 1, friends? 50. 50 greater than 40, yes, true. Next, 1 less than 3, a of 1 greater than a of 3. Yes, 50 greater than 30, it is also true. So with respect to first element, two inversions are possible. Next, with respect to second index, 2 less than 3 and 40 greater than 30, yes, it is true. Therefore, number of inversions are 3 inversions. With respect to first element, 2 inversions. With respect to second element, 1 inversion. Right, friends, okay? If the array contains 3 elements, if array elements in the decreasing order, then total number of inversions are 2 plus 1. In general, if array contains n elements, if all n elements are in the decreasing order, then total number of inversions you can consider like this. With respect to first element, n minus 1 inversions. If there are 3 elements in the array, inversions are 2 plus 1. If there are 4 elements in the array, inversions are 3 plus 2 plus 1. If n elements are in the array, inversions are n minus 1 plus n minus 2 plus up to so on 2 plus 1. Just simple logic, friends. If array contains 3 elements, with respect to first element, 2 inversion. With respect to second element, with respect to 1, 2 inversion. With respect to 2, 1 inversion. In the same way, if n elements are there, n minus 1, n minus 2 up to so on 1. It is sum of n minus 2 natural numbers. So sum of n minus 1 natural numbers formula n into n minus 1 by 2. Therefore, this statement is correct. If array elements in the decreasing order, it has at most inversions are n into n minus 1 by 2 is correct. Next, the time complexity of finding inversions of the given array. Actually, we can find inversions of the given array with the help of merge sort algorithm. Merge sort algorithm will take time complexity theta of n log n. Therefore, theta of n log n is also correct. Therefore, the correct answer for this question is option C is correct. Both 1 and 2 are correct. So, let us consider this question. This question based on insertion sort and merge sort. Let me read the question, friends. Suppose we are comparing implementation of insertion sort and merge sort. We are comparing implementation of insertion sort and merge sort on some same mission, on the same mission. Whereas for the given input size n, insertion sort takes 8n square time units or 8n square steps, whereas merge sort algorithm takes 64 into n, 64 into n log n steps. Clear, friends? Okay. Merge sort algorithm takes 64 n log n base 2, insertion sort algorithm takes 8n square steps. Then what did they ask in this question? What is the smallest value of n? Means we have to find smallest value of n such that insertion sort beats the merge sort. Do you know what is the meaning of beats the merge sort here? It means that if insertion sort take less amount of time, then we can say insertion sort performance beats the merge sort algorithm. Clear? So, we have to take smallest value of n where insertion sort performance is beats the merge sort performance. Clear, friends? Okay. So, therefore, 8n square less than 64 n log n base 2. We need to find smallest value of n which satisfies this condition. Clear? So, beats the merge sort means compulsory insertion sort algorithm gives best performance than the merge sort algorithm. Okay. So, it is standard textbook question only. They will ask questions in this format only. Right, friends? Okay. So, therefore, if I take n is equals to what value of n this condition is satisfied, and that n must be smallest value they are asking. Let me simplify it further. I can cancel n square one time and here 8 will get cancelled 8 times. Therefore, n less than 8 into log n base 2. 8 into log n base 2. I can bring 2 this side, it becomes 2 power n. 2 power n less than, I can bring 8 here as the exponent of n. Therefore, it is n to the power of 8. Clear, friends? Okay. Recall basics of logarithm, you can understand. First bring 8 here, n to the power of 8, log n to the power of 8 base 2. That base 2 bring this side 2 power n. Now choose the smallest value of n which satisfies this condition. My suggestion is go through the option smallest value of n. Who is the smallest value of n here? So suppose if I take 2, so for n is equals to 2, substitute here 2 power 2 less than 2 power 8. Yes, it is correct. It is correct. So therefore, since they are asking smallest value, that's the reason directly I am taking smallest value of n. Okay. So therefore, answer to this question is option C is the correct answer. In this question, they are focusing on insertion sort algorithm. So just go through it. It is a pseudocode of the insertion sort algorithm, which we already covered in the classroom notes. Okay. So in the insertion sort pseudocode, usually they are applying linear search to identify the position where we have to insert the element. Just look at here. While I greater than 0, a of I greater than key, then shift a of I into a of I plus 1 and decrement I by I minus 1. It means that this is called linear search to identify the position where we have to insert the element. But in the question, what did they ask? Just observe next slide. In the question, they are asking like this. Observe that the while loop of line 4 to 7, just now I have shown, right? 4 to 7 means line number 4 to line number 7 of the insertion sort procedure uses linear search in order to identify the position where we have to insert the element. But instead of using linear search, if I use binary search, then what is the worst case running time? What is the worst case running time for the total number of comparison? Means they are asking worst case running time, then the worst case number of comparisons. Okay, it means that this is a worst case running time. Hello everyone, this question based on insertion sort algorithm. Okay, just look at the pseudocode procedure which is useful for implementing insertion sort. In the insertion sort, I hope you already revised this question. in the insertion sort, if you want to insert an element into the proper place, to identify the position, we are using linear search. For example, look at here, while I greater than 0, a of I greater than k, a of I plus 1 equal to a of I and decrement I by I minus 1. Means to identify the position where we have to insert the element, we are using linear search or sequential search. Right friends, okay. Now look at the next slide. They clearly mention that line number 4 to 7 in the procedure, they are using linear search. They are using linear search in order to identify the element. But in the place of linear search, if I use binary search algorithm, okay, instead of linear search, if I use binary search algorithm, what is the purpose of binary search algorithm I am applying means, by keeping the aim that overall worst case running time should be improved. Okay, that is aim. So if we use binary search instead of linear search to improve the overall worst case running time, then the worst case number of comparisons performed in this problem. So actually this, if you observe, there are two ways we can implement insertion sort algorithm. One is called by using linear search, another one is called binary search. Okay, one is called linear search, another one is called binary search. Right friends, okay. In the insertion sort, we have comparisons, and we have data movements. Comparisons and data movements. In binary search also, we need to perform comparisons and data movements. Clear? If you analyze insertion sort algorithm which we covered, worst case number of comparisons by using linear search, it is taking n into n minus 1 by 2 across all the passes. Okay, it is a lengthy process to explain all those topics, so it is not possible to explain complete proof for this one. So this topic which I already covered in the class, comparisons in the worst case n into n minus 1 by 2, and the data movements in the worst case, it is taking n into n minus 1 by 2, n into n minus 1 by 2. Therefore the overall time complexity is equals to, you can take comparisons plus movements which equal n into n minus 1 by 2 plus n into n minus 1 by 2. By adding these two, we will get n into n minus 1, that is equals to theta of n into n means n square, which is second degree polynomial, hence we can write this theta of n square. So this is insertion sort procedure by using linear search algorithm, right? Linear search algorithm. Now in the question they are asking, instead of applying linear search, if I apply binary search, you know binary search is applicable if array is already sorted. Then linear search takes n time, n comparison, whereas binary search takes log n comparisons, Therefore, if I take comparisons point of view across all the passes, not first pass, across all the passes, the comparisons point of view, it is taking at most n log n comparisons, whereas data movements remain same only, n into n minus 1 by 2, okay. Kindly refer the class notes because we cannot discuss complete proof once again here, just I am giving overall idea of this problem. If you apply binary search, comparisons are n log n and data movements remain same, n into n minus 1 by 2. Therefore the time complexity is equals to, by summing up these two, it is n log n, here it is n square. Obviously n square is dominating n log n, therefore the overall time complexity is remains same, that is theta of n square only. Okay, so therefore if you apply binary search, overall time complexity is theta of n square. But here the question is just observance. If we use binary search instead of linear search to improve the overall worst case running time, but worst case running time remains same only, theta of n square. Okay, in this process, worst case number of comparisons, how many worst case number of comparisons? N log n. So therefore answer to this question is theta of n log n. Clear? So answer to this question is theta of n log n. Here they are focusing on worst case number of comparisons, friends. Okay, so worst case number of comparisons are theta of n log n. Clear? Hello everyone, this question based on insertion sort and merge sort algorithm. Okay, just look at the question once. Consider a modification to merge sort algorithm in which n by k sublists. There are n by k sublists are there, where each sublist of length k, these are sorted by using insertion sort. It means that, just recall, there are n by k sublists. It is first sublist, it is second sublist. Like that we are having n by k sublists. But each list contains how many elements? K elements. Okay. So here we are having k elements. Here also we are having k elements. So therefore, total number of sublists are n by k sublists. But each list contain k elements. Then what they are doing by using these k elements? Using insertion sort algorithm, they are sorting them. Okay. It means using insertion sort algorithm, they are sorting these sublists. Like first sort this sublist which is having k elements, again sort this sublist which is having k element, sort this sublist which is having k element. Like that every sublist we need to sort by using insertion sort. Fine. After sorting, what they are doing? After sorting, then merged by using standard merge sort algorithm. Clear? It is one sorted list, it is second sorted list. Like that we are having n by k sorted list. We want to merge them into single sorted list with the help of merge sort algorithm. Clear? Right. Now look at the first question. Insertion sort can sort n by k sublist each of length k with theta of nk time. Now recall time complexity of insertion sort. You know, insertion sort algorithm, in the worst case it is taking theta of n square time if array contains n elements. In the worst case it takes theta of n square time. But here array contains how many elements? K elements. Therefore, insertion sort algorithm is taking k square time. Okay. So for sorting this array it takes k square time. For sorting this array also it will take k square time. It is also taking k square time. Like that, how many times it is taking k square time? As many sublists are there, those many times it is taking k square time. And we are having n by k sublists. Each sublist is taking k square time. Right? This sublist will take k square time. This sublist will take k square time. Like that, how many k squares are there? N by k times. Therefore, total time complexity of insertion sort is theta of n by k into k square. So by cancelling k and k square here one time, remaining value is equals to theta of nk. Hence it is true. Theta of nk, it is true. Right friends, okay. The first statement is true. Next, merge the sublist in theta of n log n by k in the worst case. You can recall merge sort algorithm process. Okay, merge sort algorithm process. Suppose for example, just recall, I am going to clean that part. Suppose there are n elements are there friends, okay. In the array there are n elements are there. If there are n elements in the merge sort algorithm, how many levels will be formed in the tree? Please recall tree structure of merge sort algorithm. If there are n elements are there, then how many levels will be formed means log n levels. Okay, log n levels are forming in the tree. I am talking about divide and conquer technique. Okay, log n levels. And each level we are performing n data movements. That is reason time complexity of merge sort algorithm is log n levels, and each level you are performing n data movements. Therefore, n log n is a time complexity. But in this case, how many lists we are having? N by k sorted list we are having. Remember, if array contains n element means, as a student, how we are going to think n elements? Please observe friends. Okay. Suppose in merge sort algorithm, we are having 1, 2, 3, 4, up to so on, n elements are there. Do you know how merge sort algorithm is working? We are keep on dividing this array into 2 equal parts. How long we are dividing this process? Until each sublist contains only one element, means we are continuing this process up to each list contains only one element, only one element, only one element. Do you know why we are stopping the process after reaching one element? Because one element means already sorted. If it is already sorted, you no need to apply divide and conquer further, right? Therefore, it is sorted list of length 1, it is sorted list of length 1, it is also sorted list of length 1, it is also sorted list of length 1. Like that, how many sorted lists are there? How many sorted lists are there? N sorted list, each list of length 1. Clear friends? N sorted list, each list of length 1. These n sorted list we are keep on merging, like we are keep on merging like this, okay? So where it is forming, number of levels are log n levels, it is forming log n levels, and each level how many data movements it is moving? Just observe, from lower level to higher level, how many data movements are there? Obviously n data movements are there. As many elements are there in the lower level, those many elements are moving to higher level, n data movements are there. So therefore, n data movements, like there are how many levels? Log n levels. That's the reason I am explaining it is theta of n log n. That is a time compressor merge sort algorithm. One point you should understand, n indicating that n sorted list of length 1, n sorted list of length 1, okay, n sorted list of length 1, they are having levels is log n. In the same way, here how many sorted list friends? N by k sorted list, n by k sorted list. Therefore, in the place of n, what we have tried? Log n by k, log n by k. Therefore, this problem log n by k levels it is forming, log n by k levels it is forming. But each level how many data movements are there? How many data movements? So clearly assume that it is one sorted list having k elements now, because each sorted list contains k elements. Here k elements, here k elements, here k elements, k elements like this, okay? Since each level, each list contains k elements, we are merging them into the higher level. Like that, how many lists we are having? N by k lists. So n by k lists are there, n by k lists are there, each list contains k elements, which equals to n data movements are there, right? So therefore, number of levels are log n by k, and each level n data movements are there. Why it is n data movements? Because each list contains log n, each list contains k elements friends. Like there how many lists are there? N by k lists are there. N by k into k means n elements. Therefore, it is taking theta of n into log n by k. That is merge sort algorithm time compressed. Yes, second statement also correct. Second statement also correct. The worst case running time of modification of merge sort is, so what is the worst case running time? Means simply take time required for insertion sort and time required for merge sort, combine these two. Therefore, insertion sort and merge sort, this is also correct, okay? Next one, merge sort, merge the sublist in theta of n log n. No, it is not possible. Sorting in theta of n log n is not possible. Therefore, it is not correct answer. So option A, B, C are correct. In this problem, they are asking then which of the following options are true. So A, B, C are true. Hello everyone, this question based on linear probing, quadratic probing and double hashing, which are comes under open addressing technique, okay? Just look at this question friends. Given open address hash table, given open address hash table with half full, means hash table is full, half of the hash table is full, then the expected number of means average number of, expected number of probes in unsuccessful search, expected number of probes in unsuccessful search. I hope you remember unsuccessful search, at most how many probes are required. There is one formula for this, that is at most 1 by 1 minus alpha, 1 by 1 minus alpha. What is alpha? Alpha is equals to load factor, alpha is equals to load factor. They clearly mention that half of the hash table is full. So half of the hash table is full means we can say it is 1 by 2 is the load factor. Why it is 1 by 2? Because half of the hash table is full, right friends, okay? Half of the hash table is full means load factor equal to 1 by 2. Therefore, substitute this value here, that equals 1 by 1 minus 1 by 2 By simplifying, you will get result equals to 2. Therefore, answer to this question is at most 2 probes are required for unsuccessful search. Okay, 2 is the correct answer. Hello everyone. This question contain many concepts like array of pointers, pointed to string constant, right friends? Okay, and pointed to pointer concept. So one question contains many concepts friends. Okay, let me cover this question. What is the meaning of strings here? Strings is array where each location is a pointer pointing of type character. Therefore, I want to create an array where each location is a pointer. That pointer is waiting for address of the character. So, since here we initialize 3 string constants, string constants will be stored into static memory during compilation time itself. First, I want to store them into the static memory during compilation time. Therefore, assume that first string stored in this location GATE followed by null character. Assuming its address is 100. Second string is CSC. Assume that its address is equals to 100. Third string is 2024 followed by null character that equals to 300. Every character must be stored in the form of character constant. You know all these concepts, right? Every character must be stored in the form of character constants. Right? So now there is an array. Each location is treated as pointer. There is an array. Each location is a pointer. What is the name of this array? Name of this array is strings. strings. Name of this array. Suppose the base address, if I consider is 400, assuming pointer size is 2 bytes. Just I am assuming that pointer size is 2 bytes. But gate examination point of view, knowing pointer size is not required. Okay, they will provide everything in the question paper. If it is 400, next location 402, next location 404. Therefore, strings is holding address is 400. Now it is 0, 1, 2. Array name always contains base address of the array. Array name always contains base address of the array. Next, whenever I call gate, it is string constant. String constant automatically return base address. Therefore, if I call gate, it is returning base address is 100. And strings, strings of 0 is pointing to 100th location. Similarly, if I call CSC, it automatically return base address. That base address is copied here. It is pointing to 100 location. Right friends, okay. So, if I call this one, it is holding base address that equal 300. It is pointing to 300 location. Clear? Afterwards, just look at this one. I want to assign pointed to array strings. I want to assign pointed to name of the array strings here. That's one defined like this. PTR is a pointer pointing of type char star data type. PTR is a pointer pointing of type char star data type. Who is char star data type here? Strings is a char star data type here. Char star data type. That is the reason I am taking array name. Array name itself a address. Array name itself address. So therefore, I am taking that address that equal 400 copied into copy it into PTR. PTR is holding address is equals to 400. Clear friends, okay? It means that whatever content is a array name itself contains address, right? So that content is copied here. That content is copied. So PTR is also pointing to same location now. Right friends, okay? Next, afterwards star PTR. Star PTR means when PTR is holding address, star PTR is nothing but 100. Star PTR is nothing but 100. Therefore, it is taking 100. But percentage is always accepting address. So when I provide address here, it is taking from 100, it is printing character by character. So starting from 100, character by character, it is printing GATE. GATE. That is the first output. After PTR plus plus, this PTR plus plus is incrementing size of this pointer. Because it is a pointer, right? Pointer. So PTR is pointing to another pointer. Therefore, it is incrementing size of pointer. Here, size of pointer has shown 2 bytes. Therefore, it is moving to 402. Like this, okay. this is equals to star PTR. Now I am asking star PTR value. So star PTR value is equals to 200. When I use percentage S, it is printing from 200 onwards. What is that? That is CSE. That's all. Therefore, answer is gate CSE is the correct answer. Hello everyone. This question based on storage classes concept, where we are covering static variable and external variable and auto variable and register variables also. Let me explain how the program designed here. There is a function FNC1 function which contain static variable, friends. Okay, which contains static variable. So let me draw the block diagram so that you will get more clarity. We know that memory is having three parts here: stack memory, static memory and heap memory. The bottom part of the memory section is called static memory section. So the static memory allocated for FNC1 function is looking like this. It is FNC1. In this static memory block, the static variable x get created and initialized to 5. Therefore, the variable x got created and whose value is equals to initialized to 5. Right, friends? Okay. Afterwards, in FNCT function, there is a declaration extended into y. It is called prototype declaration, global variable prototype declaration. Clear, friends? Okay. But there are no static variables here. Therefore, I want to write FNC2 function also. There are no static variables here. There are no static variables. Afterwards, here int y, this is the variable which is declared outside of all functions. That's why this function, this variable is called global variable. Actually, program size is very big. That's the reason we divide into multiple slides, friends. Okay, you please recall complete program at one place. You can easily understand. So it is called global variable, which is declared outside of all functions. Right. Inside main function, there are two local variables: auto variable and register variable. Right, auto variable and register variable. Therefore, recall them. One is global variable y equal 20. Here main function auto variable and register variable also there. So we are having main function. There is a global variable y which is created bottom of all the functions. Okay. So that is global variable y. Just look at here, friends. Okay. One is global variable y whose value equal 20. Whose value equal 20. After compilation process completed, execution process starting. Execution process starting from main function. So execution process is starting from main function. So inside main function, we are having one local variable x value. What is x value here? Just consider here x value. Auto int x is equal to 1. So therefore, local variable x is equal to 1, and also it is having register variable x is equal to. You know, these variables, register variables are having block scope. Therefore, whenever I am asking print x here, first it is giving preference to block scope variables. So clearly block scope variable is there, right? Therefore, it is printing x value equal to. X value equal to, where this x value is not taking inside of this block. Okay. Therefore, it is printing 2 and auto variable x also there. Please understand that point. Okay. Here auto variable x is equals to 2, and the print statement whatever you are giving, that is printing printf percentage d x. It is inside some other block, right, of main function, where inside this block we are having x variable. Okay. So that variable only it will take. Just look at here. Here x value is equals to 1, it is register variable x is equal to 2. Okay. Sorry, it is x is equals to 1. X is equal to 1. Here we are having x is equals to register x is equal to. Therefore, it is printing value of x is equals to 2. It is the first printed value. After printing, then to whom it is calling main function? Main function, if you observe, it is calling FNC1 function. It is calling fnc1 function. Therefore, control will be transferred to fnc1 function. Okay, it is calling fnc1 function. Right, friends? Okay. In fnc1 function, we have a static variable, but static variable created only one time, and it is holding previous stage value as it is. Therefore, whenever I am asking x plus plus, it is updated to 6. Afterwards, it is printing x value. So, therefore, next printed value is equals to here printf x. Printf x, it is printing. So, what is the value it is printing, friends? It is printing x value is equals to x plus plus, that equal to 6. Actually, these statements, printx statements are not in the stack. Please understand. Okay, they are actually executable statements. Executable statement. They are in the static memory. Executable statement. But here there is no space. That's it. Directly I am explaining here, friends. Please observe. Okay. So print x is equal to 6. Afterwards, after printing the values, now again go back to main function. I am calling fnc1 second time. When I call second time, again control enter into fnc1 function. Another activation card get created here. Another activation card get created. So when it is creating second time activation card, this variable is not recreated, not reinitialized. Therefore, x plus plus. X plus plus means earlier it was 6, now it becomes 7. Therefore, print x means it is printing 7. Right, friends? Okay. So first printed value is equals to 2, next printed value is equal to 6, and third printed value equal to 7. 7. After printing, control go back to main function. It is calling fnc2. Then control will be transferred to fnc2. This is fnc2. Here there is a keyword extern int y. It means it is accessing global variable y. What is a global variable y value? 20. Global variable y value equal to 20. Therefore, y is equal to y plus 10. That means 20 plus 10, that equal to 30. Global variable value updated to 30, friends. Okay. After updating, what it will do? It is printing y value. So next it is printing y value equal to 30. Right. So y value equal to 30. So for what are the values we printed? We printed 2, 6, 7 and then 30. Right, friends. Next, when I call second time fnc2, then control will be transferred to fnc2. Control will be transferred to fnc2. Again y equal to y plus 10. Y already having 30. So 30 plus 10, that equals to 40. Therefore, it is printing 40. Right, friends. It is printing 40. Actually, these are the executable statements. These statements are not in the stack. Please understand. Because there is no space, that's the reason I have drawn printf statements over there. Okay. So therefore, output for this statement is 2, 6, 7, 30 and then 40, friends. Hello everyone. This question related to insertion sort algorithm regarding recurrence equation. Just recall how insertion sort algorithm is working. In the insertion sort algorithm, some part of the array is already sorted. Your responsibility is to insert an element into sorted part of the array in its proper place. That is called insertion sort algorithm. For example, if I consider elements, just observe, friends, we are taking elements like 20, 30, 40, 50 and then 10. In this problem, if you see some part of the array is already sorted. So clearly this part of the array is already sorted. Now your responsibility is to insert this element in its proper place. Then what is the recurrence equation for finding time complexity? Okay. So very simple, friends. So how you are going to insert this element? The element which you are going to insert, you are calling it as a key. Key is holding value is equals to 10. 10. Afterwards, we are tracing previous value index with the help of something like I. You can consider I. If 50 is greater than key value, you have to shift 50 to the next location. Clearly 50 is greater than key value, therefore you have to shift 50 to the next location. After decrement I value by 1. Decrement I value by 1. Now compare 40 and 10. So it means first we are comparing 50 is greater than 10. That's why you are shifting 50 towards right side. 40 greater than 10. That's why you have to shift towards right side. And decrement I by 1. Correct, friends? Okay. Therefore 30 greater than 10. Therefore shift 30 towards right side. Decrement I by 1. 20 greater than 10. shift 20 to the right side, decrement I by 1. Once I value becomes 0th index, then you have to increment I by 1, that is A of 1, and copy key value is equals to 10. Means this is a place where we are copying 10. In this example, friend, if the array is already having n minus 1 elements are sorted, then to insert this element in the proper place, it takes theta of n time. Are you getting point? In the worst case, this element will move to the first place. Therefore, n minus 1 comparisons are there and n minus 1 data moments are there. Therefore, n minus 1 comparisons, n minus 1 data moments, that is nothing but 2 times of n minus 2. Repeating once again, n minus 1 comparisons are there plus n minus 1 data moments also there. Therefore, we can make it as theta of n time, because a polynomial of degree 1, that's a theta of n time. Therefore, to insert an element into sorted part of the array, where this array contains how many elements? N minus 1 elements. Okay. This array contains n minus 1 elements, and you want to insert an element into sorted part of the array, that insertion will take theta of n time. But before that, you have to sort these elements, right? Therefore, recurrence equation is looking like this. Time required for sorting an element is t of n. First sort n minus 1 element with t of n minus 1 time. Afterwards, insert nth element with theta of n time. Therefore, recurrence equation t of n equal to t of n minus 1 plus theta of n if n value greater than 1. Suppose only one element is there, it takes only constant time. So, hence answer is option A is correct answer. Consider this question, match the following question. So, last year DA paper, they asked this type of model questions, friends, okay. That's you need to practice more number of times these questions. Just observe Prim's algorithm. This Prim's algorithm comes under greedy method, right? Prim's algorithm we can solve by using greedy method. Therefore, Prim's algorithm is matched with greedy method. Next, merge sort comes under design strategy called divide and conquer. Then Floyd-Warshall's algorithm, which is solved by using dynamic programming strategy. DFS is taking help of backtracking mechanism. Therefore, P is mapping to 3. So, P is mapping to 3 and Q is mapping to 1. And R is mapping to 2 and S is mapping to 4. Hence, option A is the correct answer for this question. Hello everyone. Look at this question. They provided an array where array elements are 46, 52, 68, 79, 86, 90, 96. The beauty of this array is already sorted. If array is already sorted, then bubble sort algorithm will take only theta of n time by using flag variables. Okay. So, therefore, bubble sort will take theta of n time. If array is already sorted, bubble sort will take only theta of n time. Kindly refer the class notes. You can understand how it is taking theta of n time. If array is already sorted, bubble sort takes theta of n time. Insertion sort will also take theta of n time if array is already sorted. Okay. Whereas merge sort algorithm, irrespective of the input elements, either sorted or increasing order or decreasing order, random order, it is always taking theta of n log n time. Where selection sort is taking theta of n square time. Now look at this question. This question based on load factor concept and expected number of probes concept. Okay. The proofs for these two questions already discussed in the class notes, because the proof is taking lengthy process. Okay. Of course, solution also provided in the question paper. Right, friends. But my suggestion is you don't go for remembering the solutions, because it will take a lot of time. Clear? So, proof already explained in the classroom also. You please refer class notes, or else you can remember the question, friends. Okay, because the standard rules you have to remember them. Given open address having hash table with load factor alpha is equal to n by m. Given open address hash table, it is hash table. Given open address hash table with load factor alpha is equals to n by m, where alpha value less than 1. The expected number of probes in an unsuccessful search is at most 1 by 1 minus alpha. Actually, I provided one table. In the table, I gave two formulas. One is called unsuccessful search, another one is successful search. Okay. So, unsuccessful search is taking at most 1 by 1 minus alpha. This is the correct statement, because standard rule you have to remember this, friends. Okay. If you want proof, you can refer the class notes. If it is unsuccessful search, then inserting an element into an open address hash table with load factor alpha requires at most 1 by 1 minus alpha of probes on average, because for unsuccessful search indicates that we can insert the next element, right? Okay, suppose for example database having some elements here x1, x2, x3, where your hash table contains some certain elements here, I want to insert an element x1 into hash table. So, before inserting x1 into hash table, first you have to verify is hash table already contain x1 or not. If x1 is already present in the hash table, then no need to insert x1 once again. Therefore, first search x1 from the hash table. While searching, if it is unsuccessfully found in the table, means x1 is not available in the table, in that case we can insert this element. Clear? But unsuccessful search, how many comparison, how many probes are required? 1 by 1 minus alpha. 1 by 1 minus alpha. So, therefore, for example, here it is index, it is key if I consider. Suppose suppose it is 0, 1, 2. You can consider it something like x5 occupied. It is occupied by x6. Okay. Then whenever I want to search an empty location for inserting x1, first it is compared with 0th index, which is not matching here. Okay. So, next index, which is also not matching. Next we found an empty slot. It means that up to n minus 1 slots are occupied, but the key which you are going to search is not matching, The next location is unoccupied cell, then we can insert the element. Therefore, at most how many probes are required means that is nothing but again 1 by 1 minus alpha only. Clear, friends? Okay. So, unsuccessful search, at most it requires 1 by 1 minus alpha. Therefore, inserting element into hash table is nothing but that element must be unsuccessfully searched. Then only I can insert the element. Okay. Therefore, this answer also 1 by 1 minus alpha. Both the statements are correct. Okay. This statement you have to remember, friends. Okay. The standard theorem. Okay. Theorem is taking lengthy process to explain. Anyway, I provided a solution also. If you understood, okay. Otherwise, you can just remember this standard statement 1 by 1 minus alpha. Okay. This question based on the concept of spanning tree. Just look at the properties of spanning tree here. See, consider a simple undirected weighted graph. Simple undirected weighted graph. All of us whose edge weights are distinct. All edge weights are distinct, friends. Okay. So, whenever edge weights are distinct, you will have only unique minimum cost spanning tree. So, therefore, look at this one. G is having multiple minimum cost spanning tree. No, it is not correct. Because if all edge weights are distinct, G is having unique minimum cost spanning tree. That is the most important property we called many times. Therefore, it is not correct. Okay. Next, minimum cost spanning tree must have 6 edges. Actually, formula for this one is every spanning tree must have V minus 1 number of edges. V is equal to 7. 7 minus 1, that equals 6 edges. Therefore, this statement is correct. Right? Next, the edge with the second smallest weight is always part of the minimum cost spanning tree. Yes. By using Kruskal's algorithm, first smallest weight and second smallest weight compulsory part of the minimum cost spanning tree. But third smallest weight may or may not part of the spanning tree, because third smallest weight may be forming cycle also. In order to form cycle, minimum 3 edges are required. Therefore, the edge with the second smallest weight is always part of the minimum cost spanning tree is correct. The number of edges to be removed from the graph for constructing minimum cost spanning tree is 3. Means they are talking about in this graph. Okay. Actually, there is a formula. The number of edges to be removed to construct a spanning tree is E minus V plus 1. Cardinality F means number of edges. Cardinality F means number of vertices. So, number of edges how many we are having? 9. Number of vertices how many? 7. 9 minus 7 plus 1, that equals to 3 edges we have to remove. So therefore here they provide 3 edges. So they are talking about which are the following statements are true, they are asking. A, C, D are true. This question based on time complexity of various data structures, friends. Okay, look at first question. Inserting an element into AVL tree of n elements. You know, AVL tree insertion always proportional to height of the tree, but height of AVL tree always bounded by log n base 2. Therefore, insertion of an element into AVL tree with an element will take theta of log n time. So theta of log n, so I can say 3, means A is matching with 3. A is matching with 3. Next, converting an array into max heap. Converting an array into max heap with n elements. We can apply build max heap algorithm. In build max heap algorithm, converting array into max heap will take sum of the heights of all nodes in a heap tree. You know, sum of the heights of all nodes in a heap tree will take theta of n time. Therefore, theta of n that equals to fourth one. That equal to fourth one. Right? Next one. Construction of unique binary tree using in-order and pre-order. If you want to construct unique binary tree using in-order and pre-order, then first you have to pick up the first key of the pre-order sequence and search that key in order. That searching may take n comparisons, right? So first stage n comparison, second stage n minus 1 comparison, third stage n minus 2 comparison, last stage 1 comparison. Like the total number of comparisons are n into n minus 1 by 2, which equal theta of n square time. Okay, this solution we already covered in the class notes, just refer them. So therefore it is taking theta of n square time. Theta of n square means that equals second statement. Second statement, right? Next, construction of binary search tree using post order traverse in the worst case. If you want to construct binary search tree, you need in order, pre order, or you need in order, post order. Anyway, they provided post order. By using post order, you can get in order, because in order always in the increasing order. In order of binary search always in the increasing order. Therefore, given post order, I can find in order. Then by using in order and post order, by using binary search algorithm, we can construct binary search tree. Okay. Therefore, it takes theta of n log n time. Theta of n log n time. Different class notes you can understand. Okay. So therefore, answer to this question is A is matching with 3 and B is matching with 4 and C is matching with 2 and D is matching with 1, friends. Okay. This question based on properties of trees. Okay, properties of trees. We have to consider minimum number of nodes case and max number of nodes case. For example, if I take a binary tree with height 2, just assume it is a binary tree with height 2. Height means longest path from root to leaf node. It is a minimum number of nodes we can construct height 2. So I can also construct binary tree with height 2 with maximum number of nodes. With maximum number of nodes. Clear, friends? Okay. Now in this problem, if I represent Ni, Ni indicates internal nodes. Ni indicates internal nodes. Internal nodes means here in this case 2 nodes. Internal nodes are 2. Whereas in this case, height of the tree remains same only. Internal nodes, how many we are having? 3 nodes. Therefore, internal nodes are 3. Right, friends? Okay. Similarly, if I take number of leaf nodes, here only 1 node, where we are having 4 nodes in this case. Right? Internal node is completed, leaf node is completed, and total number of nodes if I consider, total number of nodes. In this case, total number of nodes are 3, where in that case, total number of nodes are 7. Now look at the options, friends. First option they mention number of leaf nodes is equals to, number of internal nodes, Ni means internal nodes. Number of internal nodes is equals to minimum h minus 1 they are saying. In this example, h is equal to 2. Therefore, 2 minus 1 means 1, but what we are having here? 2. Therefore, the formula is here, it should be minimum is equals to minimum number of internal nodes are h, right friends, okay, and max number of internal nodes are, so these are called max number of internal nodes. How we are getting formula for this one max number of internal nodes? We can recall like this. It is 2 power 0, 1 node, and at this level 2 nodes, 2 power 1. At this level 4 nodes, 2 power 2 nodes. Okay. So whenever I am asking internal nodes, we have to take only 2 power 0 plus 2 power 1. 2 power 0 plus 2 power 1. For h is equals to 2, for h is equal to, we are taking 2 power 0 plus 2 power 1. If I take h is equal to 3, we can take 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 power 2. If I take h is equals to h, then minimum number of nodes we can write like this. Internal nodes we can write 2 power 0 plus 2 power 1 plus 2 power 2 plus up to so on 2 power h minus 1. These many internal nodes are possible. If you sum up all these values, it is geometry progression, right? It is following geometry progression. How many terms are there? H terms are there. So since h terms are there, a into r to the power of h minus 1 by r minus 1, that equals to 2 power h minus 1. Hence, minimum is h, maximum is equals to 2 power h minus 1. Now just check it now. In this example, what is h2? Therefore, I am getting 2. So in this example, h is equal to, therefore substitute here, 2 power 2, that equal 2 means 4, 4 minus 1, that equal 3. So therefore, 3 internal nodes are there. This is the formula for internal nodes. Refer the class note for more information, right? Therefore, option A is not correct. Option A is not correct. They are asking about false option. Which of the following is false option? Obviously, option A is false. Option A is false. Let me check remaining. Number of leaf nodes are minimum 1. Yes, minimum 1 is possible if it is skewed binary tree. Maximum is 2 power h. Yes, clearly it is 4. 4 indicates that height. And h is equal to 2, 4 nodes. 4 nodes. Therefore, I can say here how many nodes are there means 2 power 2. 2 power 2 means we can say 2 power h, friends. Okay. So 2 power h. 2 power h. Therefore, it is correct. Number of leaf nodes are correct. Next, h plus 1 less than or equal to n less than or equal to 2 power h plus 1 minus 1. This is minimum number of nodes. Actually, here height is equals to 2. Minimum how many nodes here, friends? 3. Minimum we have 3, which is equals to h plus 1 less than or equals to. Maximum we are having 2 power 0 plus 2 power 1 plus 2 power 2 up to so on 2 power h you have to consider. You have to consider 2 power h because last level node also. Therefore, by using geometry progression, we can get answer is 2 power h plus 1 minus 1 by using geometry progression. What I am trying to say, how we are getting this value means you can sum up this value 2 power 0 plus 2 power 1 plus 2 power 2 plus up to so on 2 power h. We have to consider these values. So, they will get 2 power h plus 1 minus 1. Right, friends? Okay. So, therefore, this statement is also correct. Next, minimum height is equal, it is nothing but internal nodes, right? Again, internal nodes. We already covered internal nodes. H less than or equals to ni less than or equal to 2 power h minus 1. So, therefore, it is also correct. So, what is the false option? Option A is the false option.
Hello students, welcome to ACE Engineering Academy and ACE Online. Myself Ramesh Masuna. Here in this video, I am going to discuss the pre-GATE 2025 questions which were asked in database management and data warehousing. Look at question number 24. What is ETL in the context of data warehouse? What is E? E for extract, means data is to be extracted, and T for transform, data is to be transformed into the host form, and L for load, load the data into the warehouse. E for extract, T for transform, and L for load. Option A says extract, transfer. It is not transfer, it is transforming the data into the host format. So A is wrong. E for extract but not encrypt. B is wrong. Extract, transform. L for load, load the data into the data warehouse. So it is wrong. Option D, extract, transform and load. So the correct answer for the question is option D. Question number 25. In SQL, the operator in is equivalent to which of the following? What is in? In is called set comparison operator. It is to compare the value with set of values. Suppose we have a statement x in 5, 10, 15. This is same as x equal to 5 or x equal to 10 or x equal to 15. It means x should be either equal to 5 or equal to 10 or equal to 15, means x should be equals to at least one of these three values. To compare that x with equal condition with any one of these values, we can write the same statement as x should be compared with equality condition. That equality condition should be true for any one of these values, 5, 10, 15. Now here you observe what we have done. This in operator is replaced with equal any. It means in operator is same as equal to any operator. That is on option A. So remaining options are wrong. So correct answer for the question is option. Question 26. It is MSQ. In the context of data cube, which operations are used to navigate between different levels of data granularity? Different levels of data granularity means we can see data at higher level of abstraction and lower level of abstraction. If we have to go to higher level of abstraction, so means more details I wanted, then we have to go a drill down operation. With drill down operation, we can see more higher level of data, means more detailed data we can get it. Suppose we wanted aggregation of some parameters value, aggregate of some values, we have to see it. Then it is called roll up operation, means drill down to see data at more lower level of granularity. Roll up is to see data at higher level of data granularity. So drill down and roll up are the correct answers for the questions, and slice and dice are different operations. Slice is to select a data value with respect to particular dimension value, and dice is to select the subcube based on the data values of each dimensions. So that is slice and dice are selecting a subcubes, and drill down, roll up are to see the data at different levels of data granularity. So answer for the question is option A and B. Question 36. Which of the following statements given below are incorrect? Question is MSQ. The owner of a weak entity is always a strong entity. Is it always a strong entity? Is one weak entity cannot be linked with another weak entity? Yes. A weak entity can be linked with another weak entity, but finally it requires to have a strong entity. But the point is, the owner of a weak entity is always a strong entity. It need not be always a strong entity. It can be a weak entity again. So this statement is false. Question is to choose incorrect statement. Okay, so option A is incorrect. The entities in the entity set must be disjoint. Disjoint means different. What is entity set? It is a collection of similar entities. It should not be disjoint entities, it should be similar entities. So this statement is also false. Question is to select incorrect option. So B is also incorrect. An attribute of a relation may have a domain consisting of elements that are lists. Lists is nothing but set of values. Any attribute of a relation should contain the sets of values? No. Any attribute of a tuple should contains only atomic values, not the sets of values. So that option C is also false statement. So that C is incorrect statement. Question is to choose incorrect, so option C is the correct answer. No two attributes of a relation can have the same domain. Is it correct statement or false statement? Maybe you are confusing it. But the point is, no two attributes of a relation can have the same domain. It is a false statement. Why? Because two attributes of a relation, suppose R is a relation, every attribute, two attributes of a relation can be different name, but can have a same domain. Suppose A is a domain int, B is also have a domain int. So means a relation has two attributes with same domain but never be same name. But here the question is about same domain, but not the question is about same name, so that it is also false statement. Question is to choose incorrect statement. So D is also correct answer for the question. Question number 37. Consider a relation R of A, B, C, D, E, F and the given FDs. Choose the incorrect option. Which is incorrect option? AB is a candidate key of R. Look, is AB is a candidate key? If it is to be a candidate key, the closure of AB should contain all the attributes. What is the closure of AB? AB closure is AB. With AB, we are getting C. In the second dependency with C, we are getting D. In the third dependency with B, we are getting E. And in the fourth dependency with both DE, we are getting F. So with AB, we are getting all the attributes. And moreover, A is not a candidate key, B is not alone a candidate key. So AB together is called a candidate key. But question is, AB is a candidate key of R, correct? The question is to choose incorrect option, but this is a correct option. F is a candidate key of R. What is closure of F? F closure is F, A, B with ABC, with C, D, with F, AB, with ABC, with C, we are getting D, and with B, we are getting E, means we are getting all attributes. So we are getting all attributes means F is a candidate key of R. Question is to choose incorrect, but this is a correct statement. BC is a candidate key of R. Find the closure of BC. What is a BC closure? BC. With B, we are getting E in the third dependency. With C, we are getting D in the second dependency. With D, we are getting F from the fourth dependency. With F, we are going to get AB. So means we are getting all the attributes. So BC is a candidate key of R, correct. Because it is a correct statement, question is to choose incorrect option. C is wrong. And option D. CD is a candidate key of R. Now what is a CD closure? CD. Any other attributes are possible? No. Because CD closure not containing all the attributes of a relation, CD is not a candidate key, but it is mentioned candidate key of R. This is a wrong statement. Question is to choose incorrect option. So option D is the correct answer for the question. Question number 38. It is MSQ. A data file with 1 lakh records is stored on a disk. Consider a multi-level secondary index is built on non-ordering key field. Non-ordering key field means it is a candidate key of this file. If it is creating index on candidate key and with respect to that candidate key file is non-ordered, it means unordered. Candidate key plus unordered, what type of index we create? Secondary index. We create secondary index. Anyhow, that is given in the question. It is a multi-level secondary index. Which of the following is a false about this index? The first level index is an ordered file. And do remember, index is always ordered file stored on the primary key. But is it stored on the primary key? It is stored with respect to candidate key. It is not with respect to primary key. If it is stored with respect to primary key, we call it as a primary index. but it is stored with respect to candidate key because your first level index is secondary index which is created on candidate key, not on primary key. This is a false statement. Question is to choose false statement, so option A is false. B, the number of entries in the last level index, means in the top level index, is independent of the block size. And do remember, always the number of index records to be stored is dependent, not independent. It is dependent on the block size. So, assuming block size is 100 bytes, record size is 25 bytes, we can store only 4 records in a block, but we cannot store 5 records or 10 records in a block because size of the block is limited. So, we cannot store as many records as you wanted. That's why the number of records is always dependent on the block size, that is we call blocking factor. It is to know on average how many records we can store in one block. But beyond the size of the block, we cannot store any records. So that this is also a false statement. So answer is option B. It is also false statement. And see, the number of entries in the first level index is 1 lakh. What type of index we create in the first level? Secondary index. In the secondary index, the number of index records to be created is equals to the number of records in the data file. Why? Because we have to create index on candidate key. Candidate key will have no duplicates, so that for every record, we have to create one record in the index file. So that number of index entries in the first level index is always 1 lakh. This is a true statement. Because question is to choose false statement, option C is wrong. Option D, the number of entries in the last level index is always 1. The number of index entries in the last level index, is it always 1? It need not be always 1. It need not. Suppose when you go into the top levels, in the bottom we have, assuming 3 blocks. In the top we have only 1 block. But this one block is pointing to all the 3 records. All the 3 records means here it requires to have 3 records in the top level. The top level should have only 1 block, need not be 1 record. The top level 1 block may have more than 1 records. But what it is said here, it should have always 1. Number of entries in the top level is always 1. It need not be always 1. It may be more than 1 also. It is a false statement. The question is to choose false statement. So the correct answer is option D. So correct answer for this question is A, B and D are the correct answers. Question number 39. Consider the following relations. S1 ABCD, S2 EFGH and the given instances. These are the instances are given. The question is found out how many tuples will be there in the result of the following relational algebra expression. How many tuples? Now look, what is this expression? Join query. S1 join S2. With what condition? S1b greater than S2h. S1b is greater than S2h. That's it now. S1b greater than S2h. Now 2 greater than 4, 3, 4, 2. It is wrong with all these combinations. Because 4 tuples in S1, 4 tuples in S2, 4 into 4, 16 combinations to be verified. In that 16 combination, the first tuple of S1 is matching with all 4 tuples of S2, but all 4 matchings are incorrect matches because all 4 not satisfying this condition, that is S1b greater than S2h, 2 greater than 4 wrong, 2 greater than 3 wrong, 2 greater than 4 wrong, 2 greater than 2 wrong. But 5 greater than 4 correct, 3 correct, 4 correct, 2 correct. Means there are 4 correct matches. That is 5 greater than 4, 5 greater than 3, 5 greater than 4, 5 greater than 2 are the correct matches. So these are the 4 correct matches with respect to second tuples of S1. And similarly, the third tuple of S1, that is 6. 6 greater than 4, 3, 4 and 2. This is also correct. So that here with respect to second tuple of S1 we have 4 correct combinations. With respect to third tuple of S1 we have 4 correct combinations. So far we have got 8 combinations. And the last one 2. This 2 greater than 4, 3, 4, 2 all are wrong. So that out of 16 combinations, how many combinations are correct? The number of combinations that are correct are 8. The question is to know how many tuples will be there in the result of the following relational algebra expression. In the result of this expression, we are getting 8 tuples in the output. So answer for this question is 8. That's about the questions of databases and data warehouse. Hope you understood. Thank you.
Consider the singular value decomposition of A, where A is expressed as U sigma V transpose. What does the matrix V represent? So in the singular value decomposition, so what are U and V? They are the orthogonal matrices. And what is the sigma? So we know sigma is like D000, okay? But the question is, what is V? And there is no option like orthogonal matrices. How is V constructed? V is nothing but the columns of V are nothing but the right singular vectors of A. Similarly, the columns of U is nothing but the left singular vectors of A. And that sigma, so the sigma is like this, which is in the form of D000, where this D is a diagonal matrix where the diagonal elements are the singular values. So you should know these basics about the singular value decomposition. So what does the matrix V represent? It represents the right singular vectors of A. So this is the right answer for the question. Consider a symmetric matrix A with eigenvalues lambda 1, lambda 2 up to lambda n. Which of the following statements are true? If all lambda I greater than 0, then A is positive definite. If all lambda I greater than or equal to 0, then A is positive semi-definite. If all lambda I greater than 0, then A is negative definite. If all lambda I greater than or equal to 0, then A is negative semi-definite. So you should know what is a positive definite matrix, what is positive semi-definite matrix. If A is symmetric and if all eigenvalues are greater than 0, if A is symmetric matrix and eigenvalues are positive, definitely that's a positive definite matrix. So this is a true statement. If A is symmetric and all its eigenvalues are non-negative, meaning by it can be 0 or it can be positive eigenvalues but not negative, then such a matrix A is said to be positive semi-definite. Yes, this is a true statement. Now we have already said for this it is a positive definite, this is wrong. For lambda I greater than or equal to, we said positive semi-definite, so this is also wrong. So for negative semi-definite if you want, so this has to be like lambda 1 less than or equal to. If you want a negative definite, then lambda I, all the eigenvalues must be less than 0. So these two are wrong. A and B are the right answers. Finally, it's MSQ, A and B are the answers. So the product of the eigenvalues of the matrix is asked. It's a 3 cross 3 matrix and we want the product of the eigenvalues. We all know the product of the eigenvalues is equal to the determinant of the matrix. So let's find the determinant of this matrix. So which is 1 into 5. So 1 into 5 minus 1. Next minus 1 into 1 minus 3 plus 3 into 1 minus 15. So try to simplify this. This is 4. How much is this? This is plus 2, right? 4 plus 2. And then this is minus 14. So how much is that? 3 into 14 is 30, 12, 42. So this is minus 42. So is this minus 36? I got the determinant as minus 36. Therefore, the product of the eigenvalues must be minus 36. So the answer is minus 36. Let A be a 3 cross 3 matrix with eigenvalues 1, 2 and 3. If V1, V2 and V3 are eigenvectors corresponding to these eigenvalues respectively, then which of the following statements are true? MSQ question. trace of A is 6. The trace of a matrix is equal to the sum of the eigenvalues. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6. Yes, this is true statement. The determinant of the matrix is equal to the product of the eigenvalues 1 into 2 into 3, which is 6. Yes, this is true. V1, V2 and V3 are linearly independent. And then the option V1, V2 and V3 are orthogonal. So now how do you decide this? Eigenvalues in the problem 1, 2, 3. 3 eigenvalues are there. Are they distinct? Yes, they are distinct. If all the eigenvalues are distinct, look, if it's an n cross n matrix and there are n distinct eigenvalues, then each eigenvalue will generate one linearly independent eigenvector and a total matrix A will have n linearly independent eigenvectors. So V1, V2 and V3 are linearly independent. This is a true statement. So I'll confirm this once again. You see, what are the eigenvalues 1, 2 and 3? Are they distinct? Yes. If they are distinct, 3 distinct eigenvalues of a 3 cross 3 will definitely generate 3 linearly independent eigenvectors. So it's like the eigenvalue lambda equal to 1 will generate one linearly independent eigenvector. Lambda equal to 2 will generate one linearly independent eigenvector. Lambda equal to 3 will also generate one linearly independent eigenvector. So V1, V2, V3 are the eigenvectors corresponding to 1, 2 and 3, hence they are independent. This is also the true statement. V1, V2 and V3 are orthogonal. In the question, did he say that the given matrix is symmetric? Let me check. Let A be a 3 cross 3 matrix with eigenvalues, he said. There is no mention about the symmetric matrix. Suppose if he says A is symmetric and there are these kind of eigenvalues, whatever eigenvectors you get corresponding to 1, 2 and 3 eigenvalues, they are definitely orthogonal. There is no information that it is symmetric matrix. Then how can I say it's always true? So this need not be true. The answers are A, B, C. Given a square matrix A with LU decomposition A equal to LU, where L is a lower triangular matrix with ones on the diagonal elements and U is a upper triangular matrix, which of the following statements is true about the determinant of A? Okay. So according to LU decomposition, students, what is A? It is expressed as L into U. Suppose he is asking you the determinant of A, so various options are given. Let me find the determinant. Let's apply determinant on both sides. So the determinant of A is equal to determinant of L U. So I studied from the properties that the determinant of AB is det A into det B. So this is like it is determinant of L into determinant of U. This L is a lower triangular matrix with the principal diagonal elements are off, with the principal diagonal elements being all 1. If it's a lower triangular matrix and the principal diagonal elements are all 1, the determinant of that lower triangular matrix is simply the product of the principal diagonal elements. So the determinant of this matrix is 1 into the determinant of U, which is nothing but determinant of U. What is determinant of A now? It is determinant of U, that is the option B is true, remaining all are gone. So the answer is option B. We have two coins, one is biased with the probability for head being 1 and the other coin is a fair coin. So one coin is chosen at random and it is tossed twice. If we obtain head both times, then the probability of the chosen coin being a fair coin is. This is clearly a Bayes rule problem. So how do you solve it? He says there are two coins, okay? One is biased and other is a fair coin. So how is that biased coin? It has head on both sides because he said the probability of head being 1. So the probability of head is 1, that means the probability of tail is 0. So for the biased coin you will never get a tail. One coin is chosen, out of the two coins one coin is chosen and then tossed twice. If you obtain head both times, so already a condition has been given, head is obtained both the times, then the probability of the chosen coin being a fair coin is. So certain event has already occurred. You know what is that event? Both head both times, okay? So head both times. This event has already occurred. What's the probability that this head both times came from a fair coin? So this is clearly a Bayes rule problem. How do you solve? Now think of, when do you get head both times? So I'll tell you, when do we get head both times? Initially there are two coins. Let's pick the biased one. Let's pick what? Biased one. Picking the biased one, probability is 1 by 2. There are two coins, one is biased and fair. The probability that I pick a biased coin is 1 by 2. Now what I have with me is biased coin. I'll toss it 2 times. Both the times I get a head, because the probability of getting head is 1. So it's 1. When I toss for the second time, the probability of getting head is also 1. This is one way of getting head both times. I'll show you another way. So either this, or I can get head both times in the following way. Initially there are two coins now. Initially there are two coins. So what I'll do is, what's the probability that I pick a fair coin? Since there are two coins, the probability of picking a fair coin is 1 by 2. Now what I have with me is a fair coin. Come on, in my hand I have a fair coin. Toss it 2 times, and both the times you must get a head. For a fair coin, the probability of head is 1 by 2. One more head is 1 by 2. Now students will ask, sir, why did you put this 1 by 2? Since the box contains two coins, I have to pick a fair coin. The probability of picking a fair coin is 1 by 2. And after that, getting a head on the fair coin is 1 by 2. Another head is also 1 by 2. This is called the total probability. If you have written the total probability, then answering this is so simple, Among these two cases, in which case a fair coin was used to get the both heads? In which case fair coin was used? This case. You put this term here, that completes the problem. 1 by 2 into 1 by 2 into 1 by 2. So try to take the LCM. All the 2's will cancel. So it's like the 4 gets multiplied here. 4 plus 1, and all the 2's cancel, and then 1 in the numerator. So 1 by 5. How much is 1 by 5? It's 0.2 now. 1 by 5, is it 0.2? Yes, so 0.2 is the answer for this question. Let x and y be continuous random variables with joint probability density function f of x comma y. If f of x comma y is equal to fx of x into fy of y, where fx of x and fy of y are the probability density functions, marginal probability density functions of x and y respectively, then which of the following are true? The conditional density of x given y is equal to its marginal. The conditional density of y given x is equal to the marginal of y. X and y are independent, x and y are dependent. It's a fantastic problem, theoretical problem. Now everyone, I think they are aware of this. You should also be aware of this condition. So if you have gone through the joint PDF, joint CDF concepts, if f of x comma y is fx of x into fy of y, if your joint PDF is equal to the product of the individual or the product of the marginal probability density functions, x and y are independent. So implies x and y are independent. So there is no doubt in that. So this is one of the correct answer. Now this is eliminated. Now we are left with two more options. You should know what's the conditional density, conditional probability density function of x given y. So it's defined like this, students. The conditional probability density function of x given y is defined like, it is f of x comma y by fy of y. So fy of y. Now we all, this is also given that f of x comma y is fx of x into fy of y. Substitute that. So this is fx of x into fy of y, and then by fy of y. So this and this cancels. Your conditional PDF is now equal to the marginal probability density function of x. This is absolutely true. And then the conditional density function of y given x is equal to the marginal of y. Same thing you do, you'll get the answer. So this is also correct. I'll just show you what's happening. So write the conditional PDF of y given x, you'll get the answer. So the conditional probability density function of y given x is like f of x comma y by the marginal of x. So again substitute what is f of x comma y, which is given in the problem, which is fx of x into fy of y by fx of x. So this and this cancels. Your conditional probability density function of y given x is equal to the marginal. So the answer is A, B, C. These are correct. D is the false one. Let x1, x2 up to xn be a random sample from a population with an unknown mean mu and a known variance sigma square. The sample mean x bar is used to construct a 95% confidence interval for mu. Okay. As the sample size n increases, what happens to the width of the confidence interval? So like they are talking about the confidence interval for the sample mean. Do you know what is the length of the confidence interval? So let's see what is the length of the confidence interval. So and then the options are, as the n increases, the width increases, the width decreases, the width remains constant. The width may increase or decrease depending on the specific values of the data. So let's see this. The confidence interval length, I'll just write like this in short. The confidence interval length, it is given by 2z sigma by root n. 2z sigma by root n. So you have unknown mean but known variance. So sigma is known, it is fixed. And they gave the 95% confidence interval. So we can find the corresponding, the critical value z is known. So this is fixed, then the length of your confidence interval depends on what? N. And where is that n? In the denominator. If you increase n, the length will decrease, right? If you increase n, the length will decrease. So the width decreases should be the right answer for this question. Let x, y and z be the random variables. If the covariance of x comma y is 2, if the covariance of x comma z is minus 1 and the covariance of y comma z is 3, what's the value of covariance of 2x minus y comma x plus 3z? And the options are 0 variance of x, 2 into variance of x, 2 into variance of x minus 17. So how do you find this? So in finding the covariance of this, definitely you have to utilize that information. So how do you solve this? This looks little tricky problem or a lengthy problem. Do you know how to find covariance? So I'm just revising this. What is covariance of x comma y? It is expected value of xy minus expected value of x into expected value of y. So this is just for your reference, okay? So now we need to find covariance of this. Covariance of 2x minus y comma x plus 3z. Okay, so 2x minus y, 2x minus y comma x plus 3z. Does this resemble like covariance of x comma y? It resembles like what? Covariance of x comma y, where this whole thing can be treated as x and this whole thing can be treated as y. So this is expected value of x into like expected value of xy, right, which is like 2x minus y. So it is 2x minus y into x plus 3z. This is just like expected value of xy minus expected value of the first quantity, that is 2x minus y, 2x minus y into expected value of the second quantity, that is x plus 3z. You have to simplify, and the process in between somewhere you have to utilize the given data. So how do you simplify? Multiply. So 2x square. Next 2 into 3 is 6xz. Next minus xy and then minus 3 y z, and then you have a expectation. We will put that in the next step, minus expectation of 2x minus y, we all know. So since we know these properties, this is 2 into, this is 2 into expected value of x minus expected value of y, and then whole multiplied with, this is expected value of x plus 3 into expected value of z, and then you have to further simplify. So take the expectation inside. So if you take the expectation inside, you can write this as 2 into expected value of x square, and then when this expectation is on this, 6 is a constant, it comes out expected value of xz minus expected value of xy minus 3 into expected value of yz, and you have to multiply these terms also. So there is a minus, okay, minus 2 into, it is expected value of x whole square, and then minus 2 into 3 is 6, 6 expected value of x into expected value of z. Now this multiplied with all that, so minus of minus is plus, so this is expected value of y into expected value of x, which can be written like this also, and then this into this is like 3 into expected value of y into expected value of z. Now it's all about how do you group the things. 2 into e of x square, and this is minus 2 into e of x whole square, group them. So let's group them. If you group, let's see what happens. This is 2 into e of x square minus e of x whole square, and then 6 is common. If I take 6 out, then this is expected value of xz minus expected value of x into expected value of z, and then yes, this is done, this is done. What about this and this? So can we take a minus common? If I take a minus common, then this is expected value of xy minus expected value of x into expected value of y, and then you can take minus 3 common. This is the only one that is left. Minus 3 when taken common, what is left is expected value of yz minus expected value of y into expected value of z. You know what is this? This is 2 into variance of x. Do you know how much is the inside quantity? This is plus 6 into covariance of x comma z. Do you know how much is this? This is covariance of x comma y, and then this is, do you know how much is this? Minus 3 into covariance of y comma z. So we need to substitute what is covariance of x comma z, covariance of x comma y, and then covariance of y comma z. So this is already given in the question. What is x comma z covariance? Minus 1. Okay, substitute that. This is 2 into variance of x. So this will be minus 6 then. And then what is covariance of x comma y? How much is covariance of x comma y? It is 2. So substitute that. This is 2 minus 3 into what is covariance of y comma z? Y comma z is 3. So this is 3 into 3 will be 9. So how much is this? Minus 8 and then minus 9 minus 17. So the answer is 2 into variance of x minus, so like minus 8 plus 9 is minus 17. Do we have such option? Let's see. Yes, we have. The answer to this problem is 2 into variance of x minus 17. So here they are asking you to find the value of this limit. So clearly this is in a L'Hospital, like 0 by 0 form, where you have to use L'Hospital rule. So if you put this, theta is 0, sine 0 is 0, by 0 cube is 0, this is 0 by 0 form. So take the derivative of the numerator, 1 minus cos t by The derivative of the denominator is 3 theta square. Now you put the limit. So this is like 1 minus cos 0 by 0. Cos 0 is 1, 1 minus 1 is 0, and then again you are getting 0 by 0 form. So you can apply L'Hospital rule once more. The derivative of this is 0. The derivative of cos theta is minus sin theta. There is another minus, so this is plus sin theta by the derivative of this quantity is 6 theta. If I apply the limit, it is resulting in sin 0 by 0, which is again 0 by 0 indeterminate form. You can apply L'Hospital rule once again. So this time you get cos theta by 6. So if I apply the limit, it is cos 0 by 6, which is 1 by 6. So 1 by 6 is the answer for this question. Taylor series of f of x equal to 1 by 1 minus x about x equal to 0 is given as 1 plus x square plus x cube plus so on. This series can be used to evaluate f of x for a dash, and various options are given. So if you look at this, students, 1 plus x square plus x cube and then so on, clearly this is sum of infinite terms in geometric progression, where the first term is 1, the common ratio second term by first term is x, third term by second term is also x, the common ratio is 1. Common ratio is x. We all know the sum of infinite terms will converge to a by 1 minus r, provided the common ratio is, the modulus of the common ratio is less than 1. So what I want to say is, this is like sum of infinite terms in GP, this will be equal to a, that is 1 by 1 minus r, that is x. When is this valid? This is valid whenever the common ratio modulus is less than 1. So now which option is that way? In which case it says the common ratio modulus is less than 1? It is in the case of option C. It is a very basic question. Let f of x equal to integral 0 to x square sine of root t dt for x greater than or equal to 0. Then f dash of pi by 2 is equal to dash. So finally we need f dash value at x equal to pi by 2. There is a formula, students, here. So what is that formula? Suppose if a question is given to you like this, d by dx of integral u of x to v of x f of t dt, d by dx of integral u of x to v of x f of t dt. When you are like, if you want to find the derivative, the usual procedure is first you integrate, then substitute the limits, you'll get some answer, and then take the derivative of that. But the standard formula says, if you are in this situation, then the answer is, it is f of v of x into the derivative of v of x minus f of u of x into the derivative of u of x. So can you apply this logic? Let's apply the logic. So what is f of x given? F of x is integral 0 to x square, it is sine of root t dt. In the question, f dash is asked. So f dash means you have to differentiate this. So when you say you have to differentiate this, so it is in this form. So what's the derivative? It says sine of, in the place of t, okay, in the place of t, you have to substitute v of x. So in the place of t, substitute x square. This is root of x square into the derivative of x square, which is 2x, minus, in the place of t, you have to substitute the lower limit, which is 0. So that is root of 0 into the derivative of 0 is 0. This is completely gone. So now what is f dash? This is 2x. The square and the root cancels, and you are left with just sine x. And we want this value at pi by 2. So come on, what is f dash of pi by 2? It is 2 into pi by 2 into sine pi by 2 is 1. So this will cancel, it is pi. The answer for this question is pi. Here we have learned one important formula, d by dx of integral u of x to v of x f of t dt is f of v of x into derivative of u of x minus f of u of x into the derivative of u of x. Now you might say, sir, where is the derivative here? See, here f of x is given, I am differentiating on both sides. So here you get f dash if you differentiate, and here it is d by dx of this whole thing where this formula is useful. The variance of the number of heads resulting from 10 independent tosses of a fair coin is. So whenever this is related to the coin toss, the binomial random variable can be used here. So you can take, since 10 independent tosses are there, you can take n as 10. The probability of getting a head is 1 by 2. The probability of getting a tail, 1 minus 1 by 2, is also 1 by 2. So for a binomial random variable, so you can say the number of heads, let the number of heads be x. Clearly x is a binomial random variable. Do you know what is variance of a binomial random variable? So this is a standard formula. The variance of, I'll write in short, binomial random variable is np into 1 minus p. What is n? 10. P 1 by 2. 1 minus p also 1 by 2. So how much is this? 5 by 2. What is 5 by 2? Okay, 5 by 2 is available. The answer for this question is option B. Now students will ask, sir, how did you relate this to a binomial random variable, sir? When a coin is tossed, there are only two possibilities. One is head, other is tail. And here you are counting the number of heads. You are counting the number of success. So obviously this fits into binomial random variable where the variance formula is np into 1 minus p. I got the answer instantly. Consider the vectors v1 1 2 3, v2 1 0 1, v3 3 6 9. Which of the following statements are true about the linear dependence of these vectors? Now when I examine v1, v2, v3, when I examine v1 and v3, look at the elements of v1, 1, 2, 3. Look at the elements of v3, 3, 6, 9. What I found was v3 is 3 times v1. Do you agree this? v3 is 3 times v1. Clearly there is a dependency. The set of vectors, if you have got this kind of dependency, the set of vectors are linearly dependent. So now option C says the vectors v1, v2 and v3 are linearly dependent. Yes, because there is some dependency. This is true. And then let's look at option A. The vectors v1 and v2 are independent. Acha, I need to now check v1 and v2. It's not v1, v3. v1, v2 I have to check. Can you express v2 in terms of v1? No. Can you express v1 in terms of v2? No. When you are unable to express v1 in terms of v2 or v2 in terms of v1, that's when the two vectors are said to be linearly independent. So I can't establish any relation between them. So the vectors v1, v2 are independent. So this is wrong. Now we are left with option D. The vectors v1, v2 and v3 span R3. To span R3, we need 3 linearly independent vectors, or we need an independent set of vectors, 3 independent set of vectors. But we said this set is dependent, but we need linearly independent vectors to span R3. So this is false. The vectors cannot span. This is false. The correct answers are A and C. Consider the matrix A. The elements are cos theta, sin theta 0, minus sin theta, cos theta 0, 0, 0, 1. Which of the following are true? Again a MSQ. Option A, it's orthogonal, non-singular, singular, A inverse exists. I need to check whether it is orthogonal or not. So how do you check? I'll check like this. A into A transpose, if this is giving you identity matrix, that's called an orthogonal matrix. Or A transpose into A equal to I. So let me multiply them. This is A. Come on, what is A transpose? If this is a row, write like a column. If this is a row, write like a column. If this is a row, write like a column. Now you multiply. Do you know how to multiply? So it's a row times column. So cos square theta plus sine square theta plus 0. Come on, cos square theta plus sine square theta plus 0 is 1. Next, this row into this column, minus cos theta sine theta plus sine theta cos theta plus 0. So, minus cos theta sine theta plus sine theta cos theta cancel, and then the answer is 0. When you multiply this with this, I'm getting 0. Come on. This row into this column, minus sine theta cos theta plus cos theta sine theta plus 0. Again, this into this plus this into this will cancel, you get 0. The second row into the second column, minus sine theta into minus sine theta is sine square theta plus cos square theta plus 0 is 1, because sine square theta plus cos square theta is 1. This row into this column is 0. So this into this, 0, 0, and then finally this row into this column, 0 into 0 plus 0 into 0 plus 1 into 1 is 1. This is identity matrix. Yes, the given matrix is orthogonal. When the given matrix is orthogonal, do you know what's the determinant of this? It is either plus 1 or minus 1. It can't be 0. So the determinant is either plus 1 or minus 1. Yes, it is a non-singular matrix. This is eliminated. If you have a non-singular matrix, definitely A inverse exists. Definitely A inverse exists. So the answers are A, B, and D. These are the answers. Let A be a 5 cross 7 matrix with rank 3. So it has 5 rows, 7 columns, and the rank is 3. Which of the following statements are true? The column of A, the columns of A are linearly independent. The dimension of the column space of A is 5. The dimension of the null space of A is 4. The rank of the transpose of A is 3. So let's start with option A. The columns of A are linearly independent, it seems. Now, how many columns are there? How many columns are there? 7 columns are there. What is rank of this matrix? Rank is 3. Okay, now what will rank tell you? The rank of a matrix tells you how many rows or how many columns are linearly independent. Is the rank 7? No, the rank is only 3. That means out of the 7 columns, there are only 3 linearly independent columns. But he says the columns of A, that means all the columns of A are linearly independent. This is a false statement. How do you decide is? Out of the 7 columns, only 3 are linearly independent. So remaining 4 are dependent. You cannot say the columns are linearly independent. All the columns are linearly dependent. The dimension of the column space of A. So the dimension of the column space, usually the column space is denoted with this, is given by rank of A. What is rank of this matrix? 3. But what are they saying? The dimension is 5. Remove this. This is gone. This is gone. The dimension of the null space, okay? So what's the formula for dimension of the null space? It is the number of columns, that is usually I write like this, n minus rank of A. So where n is nothing but the number of columns or the number of variables actually. So if A is 5 cross 7, there are 7 variables. So like if you are looking at Ax equal to 0, so x should be of 7 cross 1, 7 variables are there. 7 minus 3, how much is that? 4. The dimension of the null space is 4. Yes, this is true. The rank of A transpose is 3. What we know is the rank of A and the rank of A transpose are same. So what's the rank of A? It's 3. Rank of A transpose is also 3. So C and D are the correct answers for this question. Let x be any random variable and y equal to minus 2x plus 3. Expected value of y is 1. Expected value of the square of y is 9. Then which of the following are true? You need to find expected value of x, which is 1. Like he says expected value of x is 1, expected value of x is minus 2, variance of x is 1, variance of x is 2. So now how do you find it? What is y? It is minus 2x plus 3. Apply expectation. So what is expected value of y? Minus 2 into expected value of x plus the expectation of a constant is 3. Come on, what is given? This is given as 1. So this is minus 2 into expected value of x plus 3. When 3 goes here, it's minus 4 equal to minus 2 into expected value of x. The cancel, and from this the expected value of x is 2. Expected value of x is 2. I got 2. And he says minus 2. I'm not interested in this. I'm not interested in this. Now I have to find the variance. Okay. If y is minus 2x plus 3, let's apply the variance on both sides. What is variance of ax plus b? Do you know what is variance of ax plus b? I'll write this for your reference. Variance of ax plus b is a square into variance of x. That's it. Come on. So when you apply on this, it will be minus 2 whole square into variance of x plus nothing. That's it. So to get variance of x, now I need variance of y. How will you find variance of y? They give that information also. So if you want variance of y, it is expected value of y square minus expected value of y whole square. Expected value of y square is 9 minus this is 1, so this is 8. Substitute this here, 8 equal to 4 into variance of x. Come on, what is variance of x? 8 by 4 is 2. Yes, I found this is the correct answer. So the answer for this problem is option D. If a population has exponential distribution with mean 1, then its median is. The keyword is it is exponentially distributed random variable and the mean is 1. For a exponential random variable, the mean is 1 by lambda, which is given as 1. This implies the value of lambda is 1. Then its median. So for finding the median, there's a concept like this. We look at this probability. The probability of x greater than k has to be exactly 0.5. If you can find that observation k, which gives you this probability that k is now the median. Now, exponential distribution is so special, you can find this kind of probability for exponential distribution in an easy way. How do you find this? For exponential random variable, the probability of x greater than k is just given by e power minus lambda k. And this is now has to be equal to 0.5. Apply log on both sides, get the value of k, that k will be the median. So when I apply log, so this is log to the base e and then e power minus lambda k equal to log, this is like 0.5 is 2 power minus 1. The logarithmic has a property, so this can be written as minus lambda k into log e to the base e equal to, this is minus 1 na, the minus 1 comes here and then this is like minus 1 into log 2, so this minus cancel. And by the way, what is lambda? Lambda is 1. So k into log e to the base e value is 1. And then this is log 2 to the base 2 over. The median is log 2 to the base. So did I say? I should have said like this, log 2 to the base e. That's the right way. So the median is this. So if you try to put that value here and try to find the probability of x greater than log 2 to the base e will definitely be 0.5. In the figure shown above, PQRS is a square. The shaded portion is formed by the intersection of the sectors of the circles with radius equal to the side of the square and the centers at S and Q. Okay. The probability that any point picked randomly within the square falls in the shaded area is. If you want the probability of that event, find the area of the shaded portion by the area of the square. Since the square has a side r, the area of the square is r into r, that is r square. But if you can find the area of the shaded part, we are done with the problem. So how do you find area of the shaded part? So maybe I want this particular area. If you can find this particular area and this particular area are same. So let me call this particular area to be small x, then this is also small x. From the square, if I remove the small x and the small x, I'll be left over with the shaded area. So how do you find this small x? So I have an idea. So this, if you look at this portion, I can use another color for a better understanding. So let's use another color. Look at this. I can say that this is, if you imagine a circle, this is 1/4 area. This is clearly 1/4 area. So pi r square by 4. this shaded part is pi r square by 4. If I remove this from the square, then I get x. If I remove this area from the total area of the square, I get x. So what is x? X is pi r square. From the square area, I have to remove this. Square area is r square. So r square minus pi r square by 4. So I know this is x. If this is x, then this part is also x. I have to remove. So it's like this. Shaded area, if you want, it is r square minus 2x. Why r square minus 2x? R square is the area of the square. This portion is x. Now this portion, see here, this portion is also x. That's why I wrote r square minus 2x. So this is area of the shaded part by r square. You can substitute what is x, you get the answer. So it's r square minus 2 into r square minus pi r square by 4 and then whole divided by r square. Come on, it's a matter of simplifying. This would be the required answer, students. So how do you simplify this? This is r square minus r square is minus r square. When this minus goes inside, it becomes plus. 2 and 4 cancels. So you are left with what? Pi r square by 2. And then again you have a whole divided by r square. Now you separate the terms. When I separate, I get minus 1. When I separate, I get pi by 2. So it looks as if the answer is pi by 2 minus r square by r square is 1. Do we have such options? Pi by 2 minus 1? Yes. So this is the answer for this beautiful question. If a random variable x has the PDF f of x equal to 5x square by 32, if 0 is less than or equal to x less than or equal to 2 and 0 otherwise, if y is x square, then the expected value of y is, okay. So what is y? X square. So they are basically asking expected value of y, which is nothing but expected value of x square. This is like second moment of, expected value of x square, we all know it is integration minus infinity to infinity, it is x square into the density function of x. So it is minus, so shall I write minus infinity to infinity or just 0 to 2? 0 to 2 will be enough. 0 to 2, x square into 5 by 32 x square. And then 5 by 32 comes out. X power 4 integration is x power 5 by 5 and the limits are 0 to 2. So this 5 and the 5 cancels. 2 power 5 is 32 by 32 is 1. So the expected value of y is 1. The problem is over. Let f of x equal to 2x cube minus 3x square plus 69. It's a closed interval problem. Come on, students, it's a closed interval problem. You have to recollect what you have to done, what you have to do in closed interval. The point at which f attains the global maximum is, okay. So f dash, I need the stationary points. 6x square minus 6x, that's it. Equating this to 0. 6x is common, x minus 1 equal to 0, x equal to 0 comma 1. It's a closed interval problem. So come on, you have to analyze the function at minus 5, you have to analyze the function at 0, you have to analyze the function at 1, you have to analyze the function at 5. That's the beauty of the closed interval problem. At the end points as well as at the stationary points, you have to find the function value. F of 0 is easy to find, it is 69. F of 1 is also easy to find, 2 minus 3 plus 69. So how much is this? 68. Now this needs calculator. So 2 into 5 cube minus 3 into 5 square plus 69. And then how much is this? 2 into minus 5 whole cube minus 3 into minus 5 whole square plus 69. So now what are you supposed to do is, you have to find all these values. Anyway, this is calculated. Find f of minus 5 and f of 5. Among all this, whichever is the maximum, that's the global maximum. So use your calculators and get the answer. Among this, whichever is the maximum value, you have to use your calculators and answer it. So I'm just leaving it to you. Let f of x equal to sin x by x for x not equal to 0 and it is 1 for x equal to 0. and various options. F is not continuous at 0, f is continuous at 0 but not differentiable at x equal to 0. F is differentiable at x equal to 0 and f dash of 0 is 1. F is differentiable at x equal to 0 and f dash of 0 is 1. So we need to identify which is the correct statement. So the first two options talk about the continuity. So let's see what is f of 0. F of 0 clearly is given as 1. I need to find the limit, because limit value, if it is equal to the function value, that's when we say it is continuous. Come on, limit x tends to 0, I need to find f of x. So for this, to find this limit, f of x should be sin x by x. We know, whoever is preparing for the GATE exam, we know that this limit value is 1. If you don't know, then apply L'Hospital rule and you check it. This we teach in the class that it's a standard result. So if you don't get, you can apply L'Hospital rule. So you get 0 by 0 form. The numerator derivative is cos x, the denominator derivative is 1, cos 0 is 1. Look, the function value is 1, the limit value is 1, f of x is continuous. F of x is continuous at x equal to 0. I can eliminate this option. He says f of x is continuous but not differentiable. Okay, I need to verify. Do you know what is f dash of 0? Have you studied the derivative? What's the condition? F dash of 0, if you want to see whether it is defined or not, you need to find this limit. Limit x tends to 0, it is f of x minus f of 0 by x minus 0. Limit x tends to 0. So for x tends to 0, x is not 0, x is close to 0. In such case, f of x is sin x by x. This is sin x by x minus f of 0 is is given as 1. Come on, substitute that by x. So this is like sin x minus x by x square. So again, you get 0 by 0 form. Are you getting 0 by 0 form? Yes. You have to apply L'Hospital rule. See whether this exists or not, whether this limit exists or not. Let's check this. So the derivative of sine is cos, and then the derivative of this is minus 1 by 2x. Cos 0 is 1, 1 minus 1 is 0, and again 0 by 0. So again you can apply L'Hospital rule. This is minus sin x minus 0 by 2. Now you apply the limit. So if you apply the limit, it will be minus sin 0. What is sin 0? What is sin 0? It's 0. Sin 0 is 0, na? Limit x tends to 0, sin x 0. So clearly this limit exists. There is no problem with this. And what is f dash of 0? It is 0. You say that it is differentiable and the slope at 0 is how much? 0. So what's the right answer? This is the right answer. And he says this is not differentiable. This is eliminated. And he says it's differentiable and f dash of 0 is 1. But I got f dash of 0 as 1. So this is, I got f dash of 0 as 0, which says that this is wrong. The answer for this problem is option C.
The given question is, for a simple linear regression model, the eigenvalues obtained from its Hessian matrix are given as 18 and 23. Which of the following statements are true about the model? Option A global maxima exists for the model. Option B, the Hessian matrix guarantees the curvature of the cost function is convex. Option C, the cost function for the model is guaranteed to be a squared error cost function. And option D, the cost function curvature is non-convex in shape. This is a 1 mark question. So in a simple linear regression model, the eigenvalues obtained from the Hessian matrix are given to us, and both of them are positive values. The positive eigenvalues are crucial and they are important in simple linear regression. Whenever your cost function is a squared error cost function, then it always guarantees the positive eigenvalues. So here if you take the Hessian matrix, with the Hessian matrix we have various possibilities. The Hessian matrix could be positive semi-definite. It is positive semi-definite and negative semi-definite, negative semi-definite and indefinite. Okay, how to define this positive definite Hessian matrix? The idea is very simple. If its corresponding eigenvalues are non-negative, that means positive, or they could be zero values. So, how to define positive semi-definite? If the Hessian matrix corresponding eigenvalues are non-negative, and a very important point here is the non-negative eigenvalues are always obtained from the mean squared error cost function. This is one of the important points in simple linear regression. The reason for taking the mean squared error cost function is this only. So your Hessian matrix is giving positive values like this, then it guarantees the convergence. Okay, so the non-negative eigenvalues will guarantee, it guarantees convergence. What do you mean by convergence in simple linear regression? Right here, I'm having a model parameter W and I'm taking f of W. If your error function is a mean squared error function, then it reaches to the global minima. Reaching this global minima is nothing but convergence. Reaching to the global minima is a convergence. So whenever you take the mean squared error function, it guarantees this kind of convex shaped curve. This is the convex shaped curve, and the convex shaped curve is also guaranteed by the mean squared error cost function. So now go through the options with this understanding. A global maxima exists for the model. When the global maxima exists, when the global maxima exists under this case. If you are having negative semi-definite in your, that means it depends on the type of the cost function that you are taking. Here we are taking the mean squared error cost function in simple linear regression, and it always guarantees a positive semi-definite Hessian matrix. That's why it will not give you, whenever you are having positive semi-definite Hessian matrix, it will not give you the global maxima. On the other hand, it guarantees global minima. So option A is incorrect. The Hessian matrix guarantees the curvature of the cost function is convex. Because we are taking the mean squared error cost function, we are getting a convex shaped curve, and so the Hessian matrix values here, I don't know what is the cost function that we have taken, but here I'm having, in the problem statement, I'm having the eigenvalues associated with Hessian matrix. So because they are positive, it guarantees this kind of convergence. So this is convex shaped curve. You know this, right? So this is a convex shaped curve. So your Hessian matrix guarantees the curvature of the cost function is convex. Okay, and the cost function for the model is guaranteed to be a squared error cost function. So this is also correct. So as I mentioned, as I explained, the only possibility for having the positive definite Hessian matrix eigenvalues is the squared error cost function, such that this is also true. The cost function curvature is non-convex in shape. The non-convex or concave shape will not be given by positive eigenvalues, such that this is incorrect. Therefore, option B and option C both are correct. So this is a multiple select type question. Next question. In a confusion matrix, the number of false positives increased from 25 to 42. Which of the following statements is or correct? Option A. Change in false positives is independent of the threshold value. Option B. An increase in the threshold value could be the reason for the increase in false positives. Option C. The precision of the algorithm may decrease with the increase in false positives. Option D. The recall of the algorithm may decrease with the increase in false positives. So, the important statement in the given question is the number of false positives are increased from 25 to 42. Here, the number of false positives are increased from 25 to 42. And if you look at option A, the change in false positives, this change from 25 to 42 is independent of threshold value. That is incorrect statement, because the change in the threshold value will always adjust the false positives as well as false negatives. The false positives and the false negatives are affected by the threshold value. So this is an incorrect statement. Now we have to investigate. If we increase the threshold value, what happens to the false positives as well as false negatives? Right. See here. If I am taking the threshold as well as the corresponding values, false positives and false negatives in confusion matrix, could be better explained with the logistic regression. In logistic regression, the reference would be taken with the sigmoid function. You know that, right? So this is Z and sigma of Z, and this is 0.5 at Z is equal to 0. Right. Now, threshold decides the class labels, right? So that if I am increasing the threshold in option B, an increase in threshold is to be investigated. So what happens if we increase the threshold value? So let us say it is changed. The default threshold value is in general 0.5, and to its right side, if the obtained sigma of z value is above 0.5, that would be identified as class 1, and below 0.5 could be identified as class 0. And here, now the threshold value has been increased from 0.5 to some value. Let us say that value is 0.85. This is the changed threshold value. Now what happens? So by considering this as the reference point, 0.85 as the reference point, to its left and right, the class labels will be identified. So this will be your class 1, and this would be our class 0. So R, this is positive to its right, or its above values results positive, and its below value results negative. Right. Now, what happens as a consequence if the default value, from the default value 0.5, if we adjust the threshold value, what happens when compared with the previous case, that is the default case? The definiteness of positives will increase. But as a whole, the false positives, whenever the definiteness of positives increases, you just see here, the idea is simple. Here, I am moving the threshold in the upward direction such that everything that is below 0.85 would be identified as negative only, so that the overall negatives will increase such that false negatives will increase. If the false negatives increases, the false positives will decrease. But the definiteness of true positives increases because of this. So, what should happen if the number of false positives are increasing from 25 to 42 means rather than this, the increase in the threshold value, there would be a decrease in the threshold value. Whenever there is a decrease in the threshold value from the default, then only you will have a chance for the increase in the false positives, such that option B is also incorrect. Next, the precision may decrease with the increase in false positives, and the recall may decrease with the increase in false positives. So, what would be the expressions for precision and recall? True positives divided by true positives plus false positives is your precision, and recall is true positives divided by true positives plus false negatives. So, if the false positives increases from 25 to 42, because the false positives are there in the expression for a fixed true positive values, the precision would decrease. And in recall expression, you don't have anything related to false positives, such that it is independent. Your recall is independent of false positives, such that the precision of the algorithm may decrease with increase in false positives is a correct statement, and the recall of the algorithm may decrease with the increase in false positives is a false statement. So this is correct. Option C is our right answer. Next question. Consider the following one-dimensional data set: 12, 22, 33, 27, 5, 14, 31, 20, and 37. Given k is equal to 2 and the initial cluster medoids to be 5 and 27, the new medoid for cluster 1 after one iteration is. Here in the problem statement, the data examples that are associated with a one-dimensional data set are given to us. That means you have only one feature. So your feature space is 1. You have only a single feature, and because clustering is an algorithm which is related to unsupervised category, you don't have any target. It is an unlabeled data set. So you have only feature associated values here. You have only one feature X, and associated with that feature we have different data examples. Every data example gives you one value, and K value is given as 2. This is K-medoid algorithm in which the K value is given as 2, and the initial cluster medoids are also given to us. They are 5 and 27. Here you need to obtain the new medoid for cluster 1 after one iteration. After one iteration is over, every iteration in K-medoid as well as K-means algorithm contains assignment step and update step. Right. So, in assignment step, every data example that is there is to be assigned to the corresponding medoid. So, initial either the data example 12 is to be assigned either to 5 or 27. 22 is to be assigned to either 5 or 27. On what basis we will do that assignment? Either by Euclidean distance calculation or by using the Euclidean or Manhattan distance calculations are to be done. And if it is only one-dimensional data, for a very important point here is, for one-dimensional data, if your data is one-dimensional, for one-dimensional data, Manhattan distance is equals to Euclidean distance. Manhattan distance is equal to the Euclidean distance. Right? What is the Manhattan distance? You need to calculate from point 5 to this point 12, you need to get the absolute difference. That gives Manhattan distance. Euclidean distance means from 5 to 12, you need to calculate the square distance and then its square root is to be taken. Right? Such that obviously Manhattan distance and Euclidean distance would be same under one-dimensional data set. Whereas if you are having multiple features, then both will be different. Right? So now you have to consider cluster 1. You have to consider cluster 1 as well as cluster 2. For cluster 1, the medoid value is 5. Cluster 1 is the data example with medoid 5 and cluster 2 is with medoid 27. So what you need to do here, from you get the difference between 12 and 5 and 12 and 27. Which one is smaller? In terms of absolute value, which one is smaller? No need to do the calculation every time. 12 minus 5 is 7 and 27 minus 12 is 15, and no need to do that. Just by looking at the corresponding data example value and the given medoids, either it belongs to cluster 1 or cluster 2 is to be classified. Absolutely 12 is nearer to cluster 1. So assign it to the cluster 1 with medoid 5. Next, 22. 22 is nearer to 27 rather than 5. 33 is also nearer to 27. 33 is also nearer to 27. After that, 27, the self distance. So you need to include that also as a data example, because you know in K-medoid algorithm, one of the data example would be the representative of the entire cluster. That is the basic idea of K-medoid algorithm, right? Next, after 27, 5, it belongs to cluster 1, and then 14. 14 minus 5, that is 9, and 14 minus 27. So 14 is nearer to 5 only. Just a second. Yes, that is 13. So 14 will be taken, I will be assigned to cluster 1. 31 is nearer to 27 rather than 5. 20 is also nearer to 27 rather than 5. And 37 is also obviously nearer to 27 rather than 5. So this is the assignment. So after the assignment step, your cluster 1 contains 3 data examples, 12, 5 and 14. Now you have to calculate the distance of each and every data example with the remaining data examples in the cluster, and they are to be summed together. That is the idea of K-medoid algorithm. So take the data examples one by one. For data example 12, so what is that set? 5, 12 and 14 is your cluster 1 set. So for 12, you need to calculate its distance with 5, its self distance, and its distance with 14. So always you need to take the absolute value. So that value is 9. Next, for 5, 5 to 5 self distance 0, 12 to 5 is 7, and 14 to 5 is 9, 16. And for data example 14, 14 minus 5, 9, 14 minus 12, 2, and 14 minus 14, 0, so that this is 11. So, how do we select the medoid? That means after assignment, this is the part of update step. So, among these three data examples, after calculating the sum distance with their neighbors in the cluster, which one gives the smallest value, that will be selected as the updated medoid value. So, among 9, 16, and 11, what is the smallest value? 9. So, 12 is the new medoid. So, your new medoid will be given the eigenvalues from principal component analysis. Lambda 1 is equal to 3, lambda 2 is 8, lambda 3 is 1, lambda 4 is 5, lambda 5 is 2. Which of the following sets of eigenvalues are required to explain at least 75% of the total variance? Option A, lambda 2, lambda 4. Option B, lambda 2, lambda 4, lambda 1. Option C, lambda 2, lambda 4, lambda 1, and lambda 5. Option D, all of them. So, the eigenvalues that are obtained from principal component analysis are given to us. How many principal components we have? Total 5 principal components. That means here in the data set also we have 5 features. The feature space is 5 here. So, the feature space is given by this. So, the total variance in your data set can be explained by all these 5 eigenvalues, right? So, the total variance has to be explained by these eigenvalues associated eigenvectors. So, the space that is formed with the eigenvectors that are associated with these 5 eigenvalues are capable to explain the total variance. And here, for explanation purpose or for calculation purpose, the total variance would be taken as a value that is equals to summation of all the eigenvalues. Okay, so the total variance is taken as lambda 1 plus lambda 2 plus lambda 3 plus lambda 4 plus lambda 5. So, that is equals to 3 plus 8 plus 3 plus 8 plus 1 plus 5 plus 2. That value is 19. Right. So, in this total variance, if I am considering this as the total variance, because this would have been explained by all the principal components, if I am considering this as the total variance, what would be the 75% of its value? So, in general, the variance that has been that would have been explained, the variance percentage that has been explained by one eigenvalue would be given as, suppose I want lambda 1 associated variance that has been explained by lambda 1, that is lambda 1 divided by summation of I is equal to 1 to 5 lambda I. This expression gives the variance explained by lambda 1. This gives the variance explained by one eigenvalue lambda 1. So, like this. So, accordingly, if the total variance is 19, how much explanation is needed from the total variance? Only 75% is needed. So, that would be 3/4 of the total variance, right? So, 75% of the total variance is required. Total variance is given by 3/4 of 19. So that's value is 14.25. Right? Now, what would be your first principal component? The one with the highest eigenvalue. Right? So, 8 is your first principal component, lambda 2, and lambda 4 with the 5 is your second principal component, and lambda 1 would be your third principal component, and lambda 5 is fourth principal component, and finally lambda 3 would be your last principal component. Right? So now accordingly you have to, what you need to do here, arrange the values in the descending order. Highest value first, and then next the next highest value, like that. If you arrange them in the descending order, arrange eigenvalues in descending order. Such that it would be lambda 2, that is equal to 8, lambda 4 is equal to 5, lambda 1 is equal to 3, and lambda 5 is equal to 2. Finally, lambda 3 is equal to 1. So, now if we consider only the first principal component, if the total variance is taken as 19, then in that 19 units, 8 units will be explained by the first principal component. So, if I am taking principal component 1, that is lambda 2 is equal to 8, this would be obviously less than 14.25. Why I am taking 14.25? Because I don't want the total variance 19 units. I want only 75% in the total variance, such that whether the first principal component is able to explain it completely or not. No, only in this 14.25, 75% of the total variance, only 8 units would have been explained by the first principal component. Then go with PC1 plus PC2. It is 13, right? And the 13 is also less than 14.25, right? So, out of the desired variance, only 13 units would have been explained, and the remaining 1.25 is unexplained. Next, take PC1 plus PC2 plus PC3. In this case, 8 plus 5 plus 3, which is equals to 16, which is greater than 14.25. So, 75% of the variance would have been explained by at least 3 principal components. So, what is your PC1? That is lambda 2, and PC2 would be lambda 4, and PC3 would be lambda 1. So, lambda 2, lambda 4, lambda 1. Option B is our right answer. Lambda 2, lambda 4, and lambda 1. Consider the data set S given below. Elevation, road type, speed limit, and speed. And 4 data examples are given. Elevation, road type, and speed limit are the features, and speed is the target label that we want to predict. The information gain if the data set is split at the feature elevation is. Right. Here, in order to calculate or obtain the information gain, you have to calculate the entropy values. That is before the split, that is for the entire given data set, what is the entropy, that is before the split, and with respect to which feature we are splitting. Depending on the number of categories that are there in that feature, those many number of splits would be there, and depending on the proportion of those categories, you need to again calculate the entropy values and their proportions multiplied with those entropies, that is weighted entropy summation is to be taken, and that is to be subtracted from the total entropy of the given data set. That is the idea. That is the idea of information gain calculation. And here, in order to obtain the entropy of the entire data set, we will use the formula, that is your entropy is given by proportion of class 1 multiplied with log class 1 base 2. Here you should not use natural logarithm, and plus proportion of class 2 log P2 base 2. So this is the expression for entropy with binary class. Here it is a binary class only. Slow and fast are the two categories that we have here, right? So accordingly, if you calculate the proportion of slow out of 4, it is 2, and fast is also 2 out of 4. 2 by 4 and 2 by 4 would be the proportion. And now you need to go for the calculation with respect to this formula. But one important shortcut here is, if I am having equal number of proportions, right, of the categories or the class labels, whatever it may be, if I'm having equal in number, I'm here if you look at the number of labels, slow is class 0, slow is class 0 or category 1, and fast is class 1. So its proportion P1 is given by 2 by 4, and its proportion is also P2, that is 2 by 4 only, that is 1 by 2, 1 by 2. And because they are in equal proportion, the entropy value is equals to unity, right? No need to go to the entire calculation according to the formula here. So as we are having equal number of proportions, the entropy of the data set, I am taking that as capital H, entropy of the data set would be given as 1, right? Next, if I am considering my node as one of the features, and here you need to consider, or you have to go for a split with respect to the feature elevation. So elevation is the feature, and with respect to this feature, it would be, the data set would be divided into steep and flat. You are having two categories. According to elevation, you are having two categories. They are given as steep and flat. You have 3 flat, 3 steep, 3 data examples with steep, and 1 data example with flat, right? Now you need to calculate, so what would be the proportion here, or that would be taken as weight. So post split entropy would be simply given as, according to this feature elevation, 3 data examples out of 4 with the entropy of steep plus 1 out of 4 data example that gives the entropy for flat. right? Now you need to calculate H steep as well as H flat. What is this H steep? Entropy, that is the post split entropy. You need to consider this data example, this data example, and this data example, and look at their corresponding class labels. And if you look at their corresponding class labels, then you will get their proportions, right? So how many slow you have and how many fast you have out of 3 data examples? You have 2 slow and 1 fast. So for H steep calculation, for H steep, what is H steep? That is the entropy associated with the data table that is formed with 3 data examples. Here I am not drawing those 3 tables separately. This is not 16 marks question to solve in that pattern, right? So here I am taking 1, 2, 3, these 3 data examples, and I am looking at their corresponding class labels. Here I am having 2 slow and 1 fast, so that their proportions can be given directly. So out of 3 data examples, proportion of slow is 2 by 3 and proportion of fast is 1 by 3. So according to this expression, what would be the entropy value? 2 by 3 log 2 by 3 base 2. Remember, once again I am telling, this is not logarithm with base e. Compulsory you have to calculate with log base 2 only, plus whatever may be the number of categories that you have in your class label. Okay, next 1 by 3 log 1 by 3 base 2. So that value is, if you do the calculation, that value is 0.918. In a similar fashion, you need to calculate H flat. You have only one data example, so that gives only one data example, that is with fast. There is no slow category in it. So 1 log 1 base 2, that's value is 0. So H flat would be equals to 0. You have only one data example, that is proportion of fast, that gives you a value 1. Therefore H flat is equal to 0. Accordingly, post split entropy would be 3 by 4 multiplied with 0.918 plus 0, and that value is 0.688. So what is your information gain? Information gain for the feature would be before split, there is pre-split entropy, that is the H, that is of the entropy of the entire data set 1 minus 0.688. That is post-split entropy. So its value is 0.311. So this is your answer. Two polynomial regression models M1 and M2 have the same mean squared error. For the models M1 and M2, the bias and variance are given as follows, rounded off to 2 decimal points. For the model M1, bias is equal to B1, variance V1 is equal to 5. For the model M2, bias is equal to B2 and variance V2 is equal to 9. Given that the mean squared error is 25, which of the following options is correct regarding the relationship between B1 and B2? B1 equals to 1.12 B2, B2 is equal to 1.12 B1, B1 is 1.24 B2, B2 is equal to 1.24 B1. Right. Here, the polynomial regression models M1 and M2 with their respective bias and variance values are given to us. And we need to establish a relation between their biases B1 and B2. And what is the relation between mean squared error with bias and variance? The standard and popular expression that gives a relation between the mean squared error with bias and variance is mean square error is equal to bias square plus variance. Right? So here, this is the mean squared error for a separate set that would be in general considered as a test set. Right, there only we will use this for model generalization. This expression will be used mainly for model generalization purpose. Right, so whatever it may be, mean square error is given as 25 for both the models. Mean squared error is equal to 25 for both the models M1 as well as M2. Right, so if I am taking model M1, for model M1, let us consider MSE1. So that would be bias, that is B1, bias is here given as B1. So B1 square plus variance, the variance value is 5 here. So that is equal to 25 such that your B1 is equal to root of 20. And then consider M2. For model M2, again the same relation, the mean squared error is equal to B2 square plus its variance, that is 9. So this is equals to 25 such that your B2 is equal to root 25 minus 9, that is 16, which is equals to 4. So here I am taking B1 divided by B2 is equal to square root of 20 divided by 4. So this value is equal to 1.12. Therefore, your B1 is equal to 1.12 times B2. That is given in option A. Therefore, option A is your correct answer. Next question. Consider the following statements about the naive Bayes classifier. Statement 1. Naive Bayes assumes that the predictors are independent for each class in the posterior probability calculation. Statement 2. The maximum likelihood estimation approach uses class conditional probabilities. Statement 3. Naive Bayes cannot handle continuous features without discretization. And fourth one, the naive Bayes classifier can provide probabilistic outputs for predictions. Which of the following statements are correct? So 4 statements are given to us that are related to the naive Bayes classifier, and we have to identify the true statements among these 4. First statement, naive Bayes assumes the predictors are independent for each class in posterior probability calculation. A very important assumption in naive Bayes algorithm, the first and the foremost assumption is the predictors or the features are independent of each other in calculating the class conditional probabilities. So statement 1 is correct statement. Statement 1 is a correct statement, and it is a very important assumption with regards to naive Bayes algorithm. Next, second statement, the maximum likelihood estimation approach uses class conditional probabilities. Here, if I am taking the likelihood calculation, that is the probability of a specific class for a given test set example would be given by probability of its associated category in first feature for the given class multiplied with probability of the category that is associated with second feature for the given class, so on. You have to take up to the nth feature for the given class, and this has to be multiplied with the probability of the class ck. And each and every probability here is a class conditional probability. And like this, you need to obtain the probability for C1 for the given test set example, probability of C2 for the same test set example, probability of C3, probability of C4, and these likelihood values are to be obtained, among which the maximum probability will be the winner. So these probabilities, whatever the probabilities we have here, all these probabilities are class conditional probabilities. So these class conditional probabilities are used in obtaining the maximum likelihood. So in the maximum likelihood approach, estimation approach, we will use class conditional probabilities. So second statement is also correct. And the third statement, naive Bayes cannot handle continuous features without discretization. This is not completely correct. Discretization is one idea, but rather than that, the more robust idea in naive Bayes is for handling continuous features is Gaussian naive Bayes. So the continuous features can also be handled by Gaussian naive Bayes, such that without discretization, we have no other alternative method for handling continuous features is not a completely correct statement. Next, the naive Bayes classifier can provide probabilistic outputs. So whatever the outputs that we are obtaining here, those are probabilistic outputs, and these probabilities are used in obtaining the corresponding class label, such that the naive Bayes classifier always gives the probabilistic outputs, which is correct. So statement 1, 2 and 4 are correct. It is given in option A. Therefore, option A is correct for this question. Next question. Given a data set with 2 features and 8 data examples labeled DE1 to DE8, a test set. Next question. Given a data set with 2 features and 8 data examples labeled DE1 to DE8, a test set example xt is equal to 7, 5 is classified using a weighted KNN algorithm with k is equal to 3. The Euclidean distance is used as the distance measure, and the weight for each neighbor is calculated as the inverse of the squared distance. The data examples and their corresponding classes are as follows. The predicted class for the test set example is class 0, class 1, class 2, and it cannot be predicted. So if you look at the data set, we are having 8 data examples, and this is feature 1 and this is feature 2, and these are the given class labels. They are identified as class 0, class 1 and class 2. So this is multi-class classification problem, and there is a test set example xt. So this is the test set example, and whether it belongs to class 1, class 0 or class 2, that needs to be identified with the weighted KNN algorithm. Right, and the weights are to be calculated as the inverse of the squared distance. That is one important point that is there in the problem statement. And the value of k is equal to 3. You need to select the 3 neighbors based on the distance calculation. And for distance calculations, we need to use the Euclidean distance. Right, so accordingly, here if we go for the Euclidean distance calculation, so this is feature x1 and this is your feature x2, and you have the test set example xt with the sample with the values 7, 5, right? So what you need to do here is this is the value, so 7 is the value associated with x1 and 5 is the value that is associated with x2. So Euclidean distance, so Euclidean distance to the test set example is given as square root of x1 value minus 7 whole square plus x2 minus 5 whole square. If you want more clarity, consider I here, and here I is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, so on. Right. So accordingly, the distance would be given like this. For the first test example, that would be square root of 3 minus 7, that is 4 square, 16, plus 5 minus 5, 0. So this value is 4. For the next tested example, that is square root of 7 minus 7, that is 0, plus 9 minus 5 square, again that is 16. This also gives 4. Likewise, for the remaining data examples also, you need to calculate the distances. So this would be square root of 8 minus 7, 1 square is 1, plus 4 minus 5, 1 square is 1. So this is root 2. And square root of 7 minus 11, 4 square, 16, plus 8 minus 5, 3 square is 9. So this is 5. And then square root of 4 minus 7, square root of 4 minus 7 square, 4 minus 7 is 3 square, 9, plus 6 minus 5, 1 square is 1. This is root 10. Root 10 minus 7, 3 square, 9, 7 minus 5, 2 square, 4, root 13. Square root of 6 minus 7 square, that is 1, plus 3 minus 5, 2 square is 4. So that is root 5. And square root of 9 minus 7, 2 square is 4, plus 5 minus 5 is 0. So this is equal to 2. So among these 3 distances, after calculating these 3 distances, because your value of k is equal to 3, you need to identify the 3 shortest distances. So this is the first shortest distance, that is data example 3. The next shortest distance is given by data example 8, and finally data example 7. Right? So data example show nearest neighbors with k is equal to 3 would be given as, with k is equal to 3 would be given as, the data example 3 is the first nearest neighbor, and this is the second nearest neighbor, data example 8. Data example 7 is the third nearest neighbor. So data example 3, data example 8 and data example 7. These are the nearest neighbors. And here we have to go for the weight calculation. How to define that weight? According to the problem statement, the weight for each neighbor is calculated as the inverse of the squared distance. We have the distances root 2, 2 and root 5. Root 2, 2 and root 5 are the distances. So what would be the weights? Weights would be inverse of the squared distances, right? So 1 by root 2 square, so that is equal to 0.5. That is equal to 0.5. And then 1 by 4, that is 0.25. And then 1 by root 5 square, so that is 0.2. Now you need to identify the corresponding class label also. For data example 3, class label is class 1. Class 1. For data example 8, class 2. Class 2. And for data example 7, it is class 1. So 0.5 plus 0.5 for class 1. For class 0, the weighted value would be 0. The weighted summation is to be considered here. For class 0, it is 0. For class 1, that would be 0.5 plus 0.2. That is 0.7. For class 2, this would be 0.25. The class with the highest weight. So the class with the highest weight is class 1. So option B, class 1 is the correct answer. Next question. Consider a multi-layer perceptron model with one hidden layer and one output layer. The hidden layer has 10 neurons and the output layer has 3 neurons. The input to the multi-layer perceptron is a 5-dimensional vector. Each input neuron connects to only 6 out of 10 neurons in the hidden layer, and 2, each neuron in the hidden layer connects to only 2 out of 3 neurons in the output layer. 3, each neuron in the hidden and output layers has an associated bias term. The activation function used is the sigmoid function. Calculate the total number of trainable parameters in this partially connected multi-layered perceptron model. Right. Here we have one hidden layer. In the problem statement, it is given that we are having one hidden layer and it contains 10 neurons. 1, 2, 3, so on up to 10. and the hidden layer is connected to the output layer. Here you are having the output layer, and in the output layer we have 3 neurons. Output layer is having 3 neurons. 1, 2, 3. This would be the output layer. And your input to the multilayer perceptron is a 5-dimensional vector. Right, each input neuron connects to only 6 out of the 10 neurons. So that is the given first statement. We are having inputs x1, x2, x3, x4 and x5. Right. So if I am taking x1, x1 is connected to only 6 out of these 10 neurons, not to all the 10 neurons. Similarly, x2 is also connected to only 6 neurons. Associated with every connection, there is one weight. Right. So that means trainable parameter. Parameter is nothing but the weight associated with the inputs and outputs at each and every stage. So if I am taking x1, x1 is having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 connections. Similarly, so this could be connected to either 1, 2, 3 or 4, 5 or 6. Only at most this is connected to one neuron, this is connected to another neuron, this is connected to one, like that. X1 is connected to only 6 neurons out of 10. So how many weights are there associated with x1? You have 6 weights. Similarly, x2 is also same. So 6, 6, 6 and 6. So that means 6 multiplied with 5, that is equal to 30 neurons, 30 parameters. 30 parameters are there. And you just have a look at the third statement. Each neuron in the hidden and output layers has an associated bias term. Bias is also a trainable parameter. So associated with every neuron, there is one bias. So in the hidden layer, we have 10 bias terms. Right. Next. From the hidden layer, we are having each neuron is giving one output. We are having 10 outputs. And look at the second statement. Each neuron in the hidden layer connects to only 2 out of the 3 neurons. Right, 1 is connected to 1 and 3. 2 is connected to 1 and 2. 3 is connected to again 1 and 3 or 1 and 2. Like that, every neuron is connected to every output here is connected to only 2 neurons in the output layer, such that associated with every neuron, every input that is given to the output layer, how many weights you have? 2. So that would be 2 multiplied with 10, so 20 parameters. 20 parameters. And associated with every neuron, we have one bias, so we are having 3 bias terms here. So here we are having 3 bias terms. Bias is also a model parameter, such that the total trainable parameters associated with input and hidden layer, you have 20 plus 10, and associated with hidden and output, you have 20 plus 3. This is 30 plus 10. So 63 parameters. So 63 is the correct answer.
Hi students, myself Vamsi Krishna. Let us discuss our AI subject pre-gate questions. Now we have a question like this. Which of the following is a desirable property of the heuristic function h of n in A star search for guaranteeing optimality? Yes. consistency, admissibility, completeness, and time complexity. My dear, as we know that admissibility in the sense, in A star search, we are going to take the function like heuristic function, something like h of n we can take. H of n should be always less than or equals to h star of n. Yeah, what is h of n? My dear, h of n is nothing but the estimated cost, right? Yeah, it is the estimated cost from the current node n to the goal node, right? Whereas h star is the same scenario, but it should be like a actual cost, or you can say true cost. Now, the given function, the given A star search is said to be admissible if and only if h of n is less than or equals to h star of n. My dear, which means that this heuristic function never overestimate the actual cost. It has to be equals to the actual cost, or it should be less than the actual cost. Then only we can call that one as admissible. Yes, definitely, if you want to find out the optimality, if you want to say the given solution is optimal, we have to take like h of n must be less than or equals to h star of n. Every time when you are estimating the cost, that guessing cost must be less than or equals to the true cost. It is not like overestimated, right? In the same way, when you are taking something called consistency, my dear, consistency or monotonicity, it comes to something like this, my dear. The heuristic function is said to be consistent it should be consistent if and only if what happens is the h of n should be less than or equals to the cost of n comma n dash plus h of n, h of n dash. My dear, here what you should understand is n is the current node, n is the current node, and n dash is successor of n. Yeah, when you are taking n dash, the cost of n dash should be greater or equals to h of n. In the same way, c of n comma n dash is, it is actually cost of the edge between n and n dash. If it is happen in our A star search, definitely we can get the optimal solution when you are getting the generator. You can call it as a successor. When you are taking the successor, in that successor node, what happens? H of n heuristic value is less than or equals to c of n comma n dash, and also h of n dash. So in that case, the optimality exists. Yeah, coming to the search algorithm, definitely the completeness and the time complexity are definitely, what do you call, they are very important characteristics of the, what do you say, search algorithm. But it is not like a compulsory, right? As we say that consistency implies admissible, consistency implies the admissibility. When you are saying that, what do you say? In guaranteeing the optimality in the sense, completeness and time complexity, they are not the necessary properties. We can say something like option A and B are correct, right? I think the point is clear now. When you are taking consistency, it implies admissibility. My dear, whereas completeness and time complexity, they are not like a specific requirements. In our A star search, when you are taking f is equals to g plus h, and g is the actual cost from the source node to the current node, and h is the cost from current node to the goal node, that is the estimated cost. You know that f of n is equals to g of n plus h of n. In that scenario, it doesn't give the optimality, completeness, in the sense we can say in the particular case any one of the solution exists or not. If the solution exists, we can find that solution, but we are not guaranteeing that that is like a optimal solution. Okay. Now see this question. In Bayesian network, what does an edge between two nodes signify? So the edge between two nodes, the absence of relationships, the deterministic relationship where one variable completely determines the other, option C, and C is a probabilistic dependency where the value of one variable influence the probability of other. My dear, you just remember the Bayesian network. In Bayesian network, there is a node, just let us suppose something like some burglary happen. If the burglary happens, then the alarm rings. And you know that this Bayesian network is a directed acyclic graph, and it follows the topological order always from top to bottom like this, right? This event is happened first and this event is happened next. What can I understand? Yes, if burglary happens, the alarm can be ring like the probability 0.96 cases. Even the burglary doesn't happens also, sometimes the alarm rings, that's probability comes to 0.24. My dear, it influences the probability of the next node, isn't it? So we can say it is a probabilistic dependency where the value of one variable influences the probability of the other. Option C is perfectly correct to this. It doesn't give any correlation or causal relationship or any other thing. C is the correct answer to this question. Now see this. It is about our IDDFS, iterative deepening depth first search. In this IDDFS, in our IDDFS, what we have taken? We have taken DFS, depth first search, and depth limited search, and breadth first search, and all good characteristics are taken by IDDFS. And in DLS, depth limit search, one by one we can increase the depth limit, and where we can find the goal till to that place we are going to repeat the process again and again. I can put depth limit as 1 unit. Sometimes in level 1 I can get the goal node. If it is not possible, I can put level 2. If I did not find the goal node there, then in DLS depth limit search, again I can take the depth limit as 4 units. My dear, I am changing the depth limit again and again. That is the reason it is called as iterative deepening. I am doing different number of iterations. Yes, I am exploring same node again and again. It may not be systematic. That thing doesn't matter. Here the question is, what are the good qualities I can take for? So if you observe the options A, B, C, C and D, different options we have. And if you go to the option like a search algorithm that explores all nodes at a given depth before moving to the next depth. My dear, when you are exploring all the nodes before going to the next depth, it doesn't deeps like a DFS process. And coming to B, a search algorithm that combines the space efficiency of DFS with the completeness of BFS. Yes, by using DFS, I can effectively utilize the memory, less memory I am going to take. And by using the BFS process, there is a completeness. I can definitely find the goal node. Yes, B is the appropriate answer when you comparing with A or C or D. In C, I am using heuristic function. No, not at all it is. In IDDFS, I am not using any heuristic. It is like a blind search. I am just going like first time level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3 I can go for. It's a blind search, my dear. It is uninformed search. How can I take that heuristic function? I don't have awareness about goal. That's why C is not correct. And coming to D, a search algorithm that explores the deepest node first and again doing backtracking, that completely DFS. It doesn't mean that iterative deepening DFS. So D is not correct. So let me say B is the appropriate answer to this. Got it? Now here, what is the primary disadvantage of IDDFS compared to BFS? When comparing with BFS, IDDFS uses more memory. My dear, in BFS, we have to load all the nodes. If we reach something like level n, at level n, if you found the goal node, and up to level n, whatever the nodes are available in left subtree and right subtree, all nodes we have to store. Usually BFS takes more memory. In IDDFS, it takes more memory, means that is not at all correct. And coming to this option A is not correct. And IDDFS explores some states multiple times. Yes, I think we have to agree this. This is the disadvantage when comparing with BFS. In BFS, you can go for level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3 and all. Every node you can explore maximum only one time. But whereas coming to IDDFS, when you put the depth limit is 1, if you did not find the goal node, and again you can put depth limit is 2. That means the root node is explored one more time. Like this, if you go to up to level D, the root node is going to explore D times. So it is not systematic. Each and every node, comes to D times, D minus 1 times, D minus 2 times we are going to explore. A more number of times we are exploring the node. This is a disadvantage. B is the correct answer. And whereas coming to not complete infinite times, cannot be used path founding, these two, C and D, are not correct. B is the appropriate one when comparing with IDDFS with our breadth first search. Right? And let us see this question from predicate logic. The statement is like this: all students are not equal. Right? Let us take some set of students like this. My dear, you don't think all students, all 5 students are not equal. It doesn't mean that no one is equal to other one. A is not equals to B, A is not equals to anyone. It doesn't mean that. My dear, understand, all students are not equal, which means that some students may be equal, some students may not be equal. A is not equals to B, but A may be equals to C. You should understand that point also. Right, now see this option. When you see the first student, if you take for every x, as x is a student, there exists at least one student y such that both x and y are not equal. This is the appropriate one. You may have doubt with other ones. Let me clarify that. For every x, for every y, no one is equals to other one. A is not equals to B, A is not equals to C, A is not equals to D, A is not equals to E. No one is equals to the other one. For example, if you have some 5 people here, if you go with 5 into 5, 25 combinations, no combination is not at all equal. A is not equals to A also even. That is the meaning of option B. But the given statement doesn't mean that all students are not same. Maybe some are same, some are not same. But definitely A is same to everyone, that's not allowed. There exists at least B, that B cannot be equals to A. That is the exact clear-cut meaning. So I hope you got clarity about A. And whereas B says something like this: for every X there is some Y, X is a student and Y is also student. If these two are students, then something has to be happen. But you are saying that it has to be like not equal. When you are taking and, this and says that the first predicate should be true, second predicate should be true, third predicate should also be true. It doesn't mean that all should be true, not at all required. If X is a student and Y is also student, then they are not equal. That's it. Then they are not equal. It doesn't mean that it has to be not equal. So that is the reason option C and option D also in similar way. And D is more condition, right? You are taken only for all Y here, but here you taken every Y. So D is also not correct here, whereas A is appropriate. That is some question, something like, what do you say, our predicate logic. And see this, in search unit what we have? A star search. What does the evaluation function f of n exactly represents? Yes, as we discussed, what is evaluation function? The evaluation function f of n is nothing but g of n plus h of n. Am I correct? F of n, the evaluation cost of node n is, it has to be g of n. Yes, this is the actual cost from the source node to the current node n, and also estimated cost, some guessing cost, heuristic function, the estimated cost h of n, which is from current node to the goal node. Yes, I am trying to find finally source node to the goal node by taking the path which lies in that path, the node n lies, or via n, through n I can say. Yes, my dear, the evaluation cost f of n exactly represents option A, the estimated cost of the cheapest path from start node to the goal node through node n. Yes, in this estimated cost, the actual cost g of n and h of n is also there, but it is the estimated cost via n. So that is the correct one I can say. I hope you don't have any doubt in other options. Actual cost path from start node to node n, I think here he is speaking simply g of n. Estimated cost from cheapest path from node n to goal node, here he is speaking h of n. The number of nodes, it doesn't matter, on the path from start node to the node n, that is irrelevant, you can say. So this is not g of n, h of n, my dear. This is f of n. F of n is g of n plus h of n. I think option A is the appropriate one. My dear, these are the different solutions of our questions in our pre-gate exam. I hope you got more clarity, right? Thank you.
This Python question is asking, what are the contents of list A after the execution of the given code? Now, minutely observe that in this code, there is a function define fxy which returns simply maximum between x and y. So if you pass the parameters x and y as 10, 20, then the function will return 20, the largest between the two. And then what follows over here is the main script. So the execution of the code will start from here, and initial values of list A are given, but the question is about what is the output, what are the contents of list A after the execution of the code. So Notice that A given over here is 10, 3, 30, 4, 45. Let us put indexes 0 onwards up to 5. So you can check out that length of A, length of the list is 6. Correct? Because there are 6 elements, 0 to 5 elements. So total of 6 elements are there. Now, after the declaration of the list, the next statement is for loop. And this for loop will repeat this statement. There is a bracket over here. Just make a note of it. Now this for loop is going in the range, I goes in the range length of the list A floor division by 2 divided by 2. Now we all know that length of A is 6 and 6 floor division with 2 is 3. So the for loop over here is for I in range 3 colon. Correct? Length of A floor division by 2. Now we all know that range 3 means the range will start with 0, because if you don't give initial value of the range, then automatically the initial value taken is 0. In fact, then it means that the variable I will take value 0 first, then next time 1 and next time 2, and then the for loop will stop, because the end value specified over here is 3 and the for loop will end at 2, 1 less than the end value. Now the statement written over here is AI should become f of AI comma AI plus 1 bracket close. If you substitute 0 over here, because first time I is 0, so A0 will become f of A0 comma A1, and A0 is 10 and A1 is 3. So what are we passing to the function f? We are passing 10 and 3. And you know that this function will return maximum between the two parameters. So this function f returns 10, and 10, the maximum between the two, is stored by AI, that is A0. But A0 was anyway 10. So A0 remains 10. There is no change. There is no change made to A0. So this was the first repetition. But then during the second repetition, this for loop will repeat, isn't it? During the second repetition, I is 1. So A1 should become f of A1 comma A2. And notice A1 is 3 and A2 is 30. A1 and A2 you observe is 3 comma 30. So what are we passing to f function is 3 and 30. And the function f will return maximum. So 30 will be returned, and that 30 will be stored by AI. That means A1, which was 3, will be no more 3, but it will become 30. And now again the for loop will repeat. And I will become equal to 2. When I is 2, listen, this is the last repetition of the for loop because range ends at 3. So I is now 2. A2 should become f of A2 comma A3. And observe that A2 is 30. A2 is 30 and A3, observe A3 is 4. And we all know that the function returns maximum between 30 and 4, that is 30. This 30 will get stored in A2. So A2 will no more be 30. Oh, sorry, it was already 30 and it remains 30. There is no change in A2. And then obviously the for loop ends. So by this time, you know, the first for loop has finished, but there is one more for loop. Check that. First for loop is over, but then there is one more for loop. But let's see whether any options are near whatever we are getting the list till now. 10, 30, 30 are the first three elements, and you observe option B is the only option which is having 10, 30, 30. No other option, I'll just scroll down a bit. No other option is having 10, 30, 30 as the first three values. Isn't it so? So I'll just clean the board. Check out. Only option B is having 10, 30, 30. So surely we got the answer. But by the way, let's continue with the second for loop. Well, the values of the list now are 10, 30, 30. Check, initially it was 10, 3, 30. Next values were not at all changed by the first for loop. Okay, these are the indexes. This for loop is over. Now, let's begin with this for loop. Here, I will vary in the range length of A minus 1. Now, we know that if we have for I in range, length of A minus 1, length of A minus 1 is 6 minus 1, that is 5, comma, and here we have length of A floor division with 2. So 6 upon 2, that is 3. And then we have increment as minus 1, colon. So this for loop will take I in the range 5, then I will become 4, and then the loop will stop. Please try to understand, end value is 3. And the for loop always ends one value before. So this is true even for the reverse order loop. Okay, so 5 comma 3 means I will be 5, then I will be 4, and loop will stop. And check the statement written inside the for loop. AI comma AI minus 1 should become AI minus 1 comma AI. This is simple swap logic. What it means is AI will become equal to AI minus 1 and AI minus 1 will become equal to AI. So let's execute the for loop first. Make I equal to 5. So this statement is A5 comma A4 should become A4 comma A5. Observe the right hand side here. Right hand side. A4 right now is 40 and A5 at the moment A5 is 5. This 40 is stored in the first value. So A5 becomes equal to A4. So A5 becomes equal to 40. I am changing A5. This becomes 40. And A4 takes the second value 5. So A4, which was 40, is now changing. I am changing A4 here in the list. It's becoming 5. This was the first repetition of the for loop. The first repetition had I equal to 5. Now second repetition. When this for loop repeats, I becomes 4. So this is A4 comma A3 should become equal to A3 comma A4. Look at the right hand side again. A3 at the moment. Check out. A3 is 4. Value of A3 is 4. And A4 at the moment. Check out A4. A4 was 40, but A4 is now 5. So 4, the first value, will be stored in A4. So A4, which was actually 5, will now become equal to 4. So I am again changing this value of A4. It is now 4. And this 5 will be stored by A3. So look here, A3, this element which was 4 will become equal to 3. And then this for loop will end because it was supposed to repeat only for I equal to 5 and I equal to 4. So the code is finished now. And obviously the list contains 10, 30, 30, 5, 4, 40. Correct? Let me scroll up. 5, 4, 40. This element A3, check, A3 has become 5 and A4 has become 4. This element is now 5. So this B is the correct option. That is all for this video. This question on Python is a question in which there are 3 statements given. Statement 1, statement 2, statement 3. And then they are asking which out of the following statements are true. And they have given something about these statements. Now check, before you read the options, you have to understand the statements. Now this first statement, P is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 looks weird actually. Because when we think of a variable like P, we can assign only one value. Like we can say P equal to 1, but it is very funny when you see P is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But actually this statement is valid, and here Python will make P as a tuple. It will put this bracket and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will be stored as a tuple. What that means is, in Python you can create a tuple by explicitly writing bracket, and within the bracket you can write values separated by comma, or you can simply, as in this statement it is written, you can simply write variable equal to and values separated by comma without any bracket, but the bracket will be inserted and P will become a tuple. So basically here, you know, what is P? P is a tuple. And that's what the question is all about. The options asked are what is P, Q and R? But definitely P is a tuple. Okay, what about Q? Q is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 written in the bracket. Fine. Superb. Surely Q is a tuple, isn't it? We know this is the tuple syntax. So both P and Q are tuples. Now look at the next statement, R comma S is equal to 1 comma 2. Now in this statement, R comma S is equal to 1 comma 2. It is not that R and S both are tuples. What will happen here is, when you have two variables on the left hand side like R comma S, and when you have two values on the right hand side, correct, two values on the right hand side written as a tuple, then the first value will be stored in the first variable and the second value will be stored in the second variable. That means R will be integer storing value 1 and S will be single integer storing value 2. Otherwise, you know, many times one might feel, beginner might feel that R is a tuple which is 1 comma 2 and S is also a tuple which is 1 comma 2. No, now the tuple values get distributed to individual variables. So R is 1 and S is 2. So obviously we can find out which out of the following statements are true. Let's see. First option, P and Q are tuples. Yes, storing values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is true. In this option, they are not talking anything about R and S. Fine, but P and Q are tuples, definitely. Although P doesn't look like a tuple, I said, but it is automatically claimed as tuple by Python. Second option, R and S are tuples storing 1, 2. No. R is not a tuple. R is storing 1, S is storing 2. Option C, value of R is 1, value of S is 2. Correct. Option D, Q is a tuple storing values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and the statement P is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 results in an error. No. So option A and C are correct. This is multi-select question and I hope you got the answer very well. That's it for this question. Let's look at a question which is about functions in Python. Now, in this particular question, the question is about local variable and global variable. Although these words are not seen over here, But check that this question is about variables in Python and the variables which are included inside a function. So the question is, what is the value of the variable x after the execution of the given code? And two functions are there. Define fx. Oh, there are three functions. Define gx and define f and gx. And by the way, the main code, you just check, the main code, or the main script is in this region. Only two statements are there in the main script. So there is a variable x whose value is 32. So my method of running these Python programs on the paper so that we get the output is, what I usually do, I actually draw a space and say this is the main space, and in this there is a variable x equal to 32, because x equal to 32 is declared in the main script. And then we are calling a function f and g and we are passing x. So this function f and g gets called, and this parameter, you see, this parameter x will become 32 because we have passed 32. Now remember, integers in Python are always passed by value. They are never passed by reference. So actually what is happening here is, you are receiving this parameter x as 32, but if you do any changes to that parameter x inside this function, then it will not affect the original parameter or actual parameter that you have passed. So any changes made in this parameter x are not going to affect the original parameter or actual parameter x over here. It will remain unchanged. The actual parameter will remain unchanged. That is what is the meaning of call by value. By the way, we were saying that this function is called f and gx, so the control jumps here. So now my habit is that I will show that f and g, this function has begun, and the parameter x of this function is 32. Now what is happening, you see, in f and g function, there is a call again, x is equal to fx. So f function is called and the parameter x is passed, as you see, and you know x is 32. So 32 is passed to f. So another function starts whose name is f, and the parameter x of this function is also 32. But remember, any changes that you make to this parameter x will not affect the original or actual parameter that you have passed, because integer values are always passed by value and not by reference. Okay, it's time to now run this function. In this function, x is x plus 1. That means parameter x of f will become 33. And then there is a statement return x. So this 33 will be returned. 33 is returned by this fx function. But where? Where is this 33 returned? It will be returned at the call here, because fx was called from here. That means this fx has returned 33. That means x will become 33. Check this line, x will become 33. But x of f and g function will become 33. Isn't it? Because we are inside f and g function. So this parameter x, which was 32, will now become 33 because fx has returned 33. Okay, now there is another line in f and g function, which is gx. That means now 33 is getting passed, because listen, x is now 33 here. So 33 is getting passed to g of x, and here x is reduced by 5. That means a new function starts called g, which has parameter x equal to 33. But x is reduced by 5, so x becomes 28 here. And that's it. The function is not returning any value, as you see. And we get back here after the function. So gx function has also finished. And obviously after gx finishes, you can watch after gx finishes, the f and g function has also finished. So all these functions are finished and we are back to main. And when we are back to main, the question asked was, what is the value of variable x after execution of the given program? It should be 32, because after the execution of all the program, x will remain 32, isn't it? So if you watch the options, one of the options will be 32. Actually, so much time was not necessary, but as I was explaining the code, as soon as you see that there is a integer variable passed to some function, and if that they are asking what will be the final value of the variable, you should say whatever was the original value will remain the final value. If there is no other change made in that variable x within the main script. So the answer to this is option C, 32. That's it for this question. This question is asking which out of the following statements is true. So one of them is true, and it is about set data structure or set data type in Python. Option A is set is unordered. Definitely, we all know that set is unordered because indexing like 0 position, 1 position, second position, indexing or subscripting is not there in set. So set is unordered. Here also set is unordered in option C, but set is ordered is definitely wrong. It is asking which is true. So C, B and D are definitely wrong because set is never ordered. We don't have in a set, if we have a set like 10, 20, 30, then there is no concept of location number in a set. This location number is available or indexing is available only in list tuple. So option B and D are out of question. Now in option A they are asking set is unordered and immutable collection of data, whereas in C they are asking set is unordered and mutable collection of data. Listen, option C is correct. Set is unordered and mutable collection of data. What do you mean by mutable? If you can change the values in the collection or you can change something in the collection, only then that collection is called mutable. Now the point is, in this set, you cannot change an individual element. Let's say you had stored 10 and now you want to change this 10 to 40 maybe. You want to erase 10 and store 40. That's not possible directly. You can't go to this element because this indexing is not there. So you can't go to individual element and change it. But you can add new element to a set, or you can delete using pop function. You can delete an element from the set. So isn't it true that you can change the set? Although you can't change individual elements of the set, but you can add something or you can pop something from the set. That's why it is unordered, but it is mutable collection of data. Option C is correct. That's it for this question.
Hello friends, let's have a look at the solutions related to general aptitude. So I'll be dealing with the part of numerical ability and logical reasoning part. And this is from English part. This is also English. This is also English. This is from logarithms part. Right. If log base 9 into 3 log 2 1 plus log 3, so that is the expression that is being given, that is given as equal to half. Find the value of x. So if you have already learned the basics of this one, it looks like this: logarithm of n base a, if it is equal to x, that gives you n is equal to a power x. If logarithm of n base a is equal to x, then n is equal to a power x. This is the basic that you have to know. Like logarithm of 100 base 10 is equal to 2. So this 100 will be equal to 10 square. 10 square is 100. That's the meaning of it. So that is the only logic that we are going to use over here. It's given for 1 mark. Let us see. So now if you are sending this 9 that side, logarithm of base 9 that side, that will give you 3 log base 2 into 1 plus log base 3 into 1 plus 2 log x base 2 is equal to, what will it give you? 9 to the power of 1 by 2. 9 to the power of 1 by 2 means that will be 3. Next, let's try to cancel out this 3 with this 3. I am left with 1. Now send this to that side. Then I will be left with 1 plus logarithm of base 3 into 1 plus 2 logarithm of x base 2 is equal to, this 2 is there now, goes that side, will become 2 power 1, that is equal to 2. Throw this one that side, that will give you logarithm of base 3 into 1 plus 2 log x base 2 is equal to, 1 goes that side, 2 minus 1 is 1. Send this 3 that side, that will give you 1 plus 2 log x base 2 is equal to 3 power 1, that is nothing but 3. Send this one that side, that will give you 2 log x base 2 is equal to 3 minus 1, that will be 2. 2 gets cancelled, I am left with 1 over there. Now send this to that side, that will give you x is equal to 2 to the power of 1, that is equal to how much? 2. Right? It should be option B. Next, this is related to a reasoning which is based on coding part. It is given that in a certain language, gate is written as LFYJ. Gate is written as LFYJ. So gate is written as LFYJ. So if you look at the codes of these particular letters, G is 7, A is 1, T is 20, E is 5. Similarly, L is 12, F is 6, Y is 25, J is 10. So if you observe the logic, here it is a fixed difference, that is plus 5 is there. So for the letter, if you are adding plus 5, you will get the corresponding letter over there. So for this one, HPCL, you do the same. HPCL, H is 8, P is 16, C is 3, L is 12. So plus 5 means it should be 13, this should be 21, this should be 8, this should be 17. So 13 means M, this 21 means U, this is H, 17 means Q. That should be M, U, H, Q. Hence it has to be option D. This is a very simple one. Let's have a look at 2 marks questions. This is a problem that is asked from geometry and mensuration. So ABCD is a square of sides 2 cm and also CP equal to 2 cm. What is the area of the triangle BCP? To find the area of this triangle BCP, I can simply go ahead like this. Area of the triangle BCP is equal to, from this BQP, from triangle BQP, remove the area of the triangle BQC. Area of the triangle BQC. Now, if you observe it carefully, this BQP area we can easily find because this is 90 degrees over here, because in a particular square, in any square I can say, the diagonals will bisect each other at right angles. That's why this is 90 degrees I can say. If this is 90 degrees, automatically this triangle BQP will become a right angle triangle. Right. Now going ahead with, so area of the triangle BQP is equal to half into product of the sides including right angle. Half into product of the sides including right angle. Sides including right angle is BQ into the other one is QP. BQ into QP. Minus area of triangle BQC is nothing but, so this is going to be a right isosceles triangle because these two sides are equal. Right isosceles triangle, or you can simply say right angle triangle because you are having a right angle here. Here also that will be area of that right isosceles triangle will be half into product of the sides including right angle I can say. If that is the case, BQ into QC. BQ into QC I can say. Now you need to estimate those values. BQ, do you know? We don't know, we need to find. So we know that BD is equal to, this is the diagonal of the square, as the side is S, let us say. If the side is S,
diagonal will be root 2 into s or s into root 2. So diagonal will be s into root 2, side is 2, s into root 2 into root 2. And we know that this particular BQ is equal to half of BD. So half of BD means that will become root 2. Half of 2 root 2 gets cancelled, that will become root 2. So here BQ and QC are equal. BQ and QC are equal. And both are equal to what? Root 2. Why? This is the diagonal, this is also diagonal. This is half of diagonal BQ. Similarly, CQ will also be half of this diagonal AC. Right? That's why I am taking both are equal. Now going ahead with, so half into BQ. BQ value is how much, dear? Root 2. QP, you have to be careful here. QP is nothing but QC plus CP. QP is equal to QC plus CP. QC is root 2. CP is 2. Right? So here it will be root 2 plus 2 minus half into root 2 into root 2. Half into root 2 into root 2. Right, dear? Going ahead with now. So this gives you take out half here. Half if you take out, this is root 2 into root 2 will give you how much? 2. Plus root 2 into 2 will give you 2 root 2. Minus half has come out, root 2 into root 2 will give you 2. This gives you 2 gets cancelled, that is half of 2 root 2. Finally, it will give you how much? Root 2. So area of the triangle will be equal to root 2 square centimeters. Hence, it should be option D. Right? Next. This is from blood relations, reasoning part. P, Q, R, S, T and U are members of a family. One couple has parents and their children in the family. P is the son of R and T is the daughter of P. P is the son of R. P is the son of R. P is the son of R. And T is the daughter of P. T is the daughter of P. T is the daughter of P. S is the daughter of U. S is the daughter of U. And U is the mother of T. So U is the mother of T. U is the mother of T means, so it has to be the wife of P. U is the mother of T. And it is also given that S is the daughter of U. S is the daughter of U means U is having a daughter called S. That means this S and T both are the children of the same parents, I can say. These two are married, that means these two are the children of the same parents. I can say T and S are siblings. Now the question is, how is S and T related to each? How is S and T related to each? Both are females and both are siblings. So female siblings are nothing but sisters. Hence it has to be option A. They did not give any information related to Q over here. Next, this is a simple one related to spatial aptitude part. If the paper is folded according to the given dots, then what is the view of the paper according to the given options? So if I am folding based on these dots over here, so as per these dots, if I am folding, so what will appear finally? Right, dear? Now going ahead with, if I am folding to this dotted line towards this way, then what will happen? This S and S will together will become 8. So that part you need not even look at. Everywhere you are given 8 only over here. So there is no problem with that. Now going ahead with, when I am folding it this side, what will happen? This heart will coincide with this heart. That means left side only single will be there. So this entire heart will not be visible. And moreover, some people were saying, sir, if I fold it like this, what will happen? No problem. If you are folding it this way, this line has to be below this line. That means line should become right side. So that is not possible over here. This is also not possible. So I am left with only either A or C as my options. If you go ahead with A over here, so what is happening? So if I am folding this over here, this line will merge with this line. So like this, that means you are going to get a line which is which is there at the top of this part as well as at the bottom of this part, which is not happening over here. And moreover, one more hint is, when you are folding this B, when you are folding this one, so B appears like this, whereas B is appearing straight away as it is. That means this is also not possible. So the only possible answer is what? Option C. Straight away we can say that. Now going ahead with the last one from this. The given two pie charts shows the expenditure of two companies, Tej and Sunraj, which are 50 lakhs and 60 lakhs respectively. Now they have given the values in percentages. The question is, what is the difference between the expenditure on employees of company Sunraj to that of company Tej? So Sunraj, what is the money that is being spent on employees? On employees, they have spent 34%. And the total expenditure is 60 lakhs. So 34% of 60 lakhs is like spent on employees in company Sunraj. Whereas in Tej, money spent is 28%. That is 28% of 50 lakhs. The question is, what is the difference between these two values? That's all. You just have to take 34% of 60 and 28% of 50. 28% of 50 is nothing but 14 lakhs. This is in lakhs dear. Whereas this one, so 34% of 60, I can see 28% of 50 can be treated as A% of B equal to B% of A. We know that logic. So 28% of 50 can be treated as 50% of 28, that is 14. Similarly, 34% of 60 can be treated as 60% of 34, that is easy to calculate. 60% of 34 is what? 50% of 34 is 17, 10% is 3.4. Together it is how much dear? 20.4. This is 20.4 lakh. Now the question is, what is the difference between these two? 20.4 lakh and 14 lakh. Difference is going to be 6.4 lakh. So I can say that is 6,40,000. Right? So these are the questions that are asked from numerical ability and a logical reasoning part. So English part will be dealt with by English faculty. Thank you.
Hi guys, let's look at this 1 mark question. I think it is pretty simple. This is a conditional sentence. The moment you look at this one, you understand it's a conditional sentence, and you got a clue here in condition part. Obviously this is V1, and immediately you should remember the rule. This is type 1 condition. Type 1 condition, if present form of the verb V1 or V1 plus S takes will plus V1, if past form would plus V1, you just have to remember this combination, right? Had plus V3 takes would have plus V3. So you got a clue here, and you are looking for will plus V1. Go through the choices. Would help, shall help, will, shall, can, may, anything is possible. So no, no, I think pretty straight. Type 1. Fine. Pick out the correct sentence. Again, you have a clue here, guys. What's a clue? It is good to starve. This is a clue. It is better to starve than beg. It is best to starve than. Comparison, comparatives. Positive degree, comparative degree, superlative degree. So, than is a preposition used in comparative degree, right? So, good, better, best, the best. So, obviously answer is this. It is better to starve than beg, comparative degree. Fine. Fill in the blank with an appropriate preposition. Fine. It comes under phrasal verb too. I thought I would drop dash on you while I was passing. Okay. Now, if you look at this phrasal verbs, guys, verb plus that particle we call preposition or adverb, it has a fixed meaning. Drop in, drop off, drop out, drop off. It's not a phrasal verb. Now, drop out. You might have heard college dropout, like suddenly coming out of a course or discontinue something, drop out. Drop off. Drop off is like getting into sleep. If you find classes boring, maybe you get dropped off. Now, drop in, to visit someone without any further notice, like, I thought I would drop in on you, visit someone. So that's the right word to fill the blank. Fine. Let's look at this one passage. He is asking us to find out the passage is primarily concerned with. He's asking the main point of the passage. Go through this. In the days before the discovery of anesthetics, various methods were used to keep the patient quiet during an operation. One was to knock him senseless. During many operations, several strong assistants held the patient down while the surgeon did his best or worst. On the battlefield, the surgeon might have to amputate a soldier's leg. The stump was then plunged into a bucket of hot liquid tar, which stuck to the wound and stopped the bleeding. No wonder ordinary people hated hospitals and dreaded doctors. Okay? So he is actually talking about some kind of practices which were being made in the past. So why do you think he mentioned all this? To say what? Right? Go through the choices. Primarily concerned with problems of warfare. Warfare he mentioned, but that is only one of the angles, not the whole story. Fine. Then primarily concerned with amputation of limbs. Of course, he mentioned this part, but the whole story is not again about amputation of limbs. Then history of medicine and surgery. Put a question mark, we'll come back. And primary concern with techniques used to stop bleeding. Now, not only about this, right guys? This is only again some part of that. So obviously he is talking about history of medicine and surgery. Knock him senseless, all these things are supporting us. There are so many things which is talking about the history of medicine and surgery. I think that is the right answer.